Half Moon Bay City Council meeting. Thank you for all our panelists who are joining this evening, and thank you for all our members of the public who are joining us. We will begin with a opening from Victor Hernandez will explain our interpretation services.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Muy buenas noches para todas aquellas personas que gustan escuchar esta reunión del concejal de la ciudad de Half Moon Bay. En un momentito va a haber un símbolo en el fondo de su pantalla que parece un mundo, es un icono del mundo. Si ustedes hacen clic en ese mundito, van a tener ustedes la opción de seleccionar idiomas. Entonces, en este caso, seleccionarían el idioma en español. Una vez más, si quieren escuchar esta reunión traducida al español, al fondo de su pantalla va a haber un mundo, un icono del mundo, un globo, y hagan clic en ese mundo o ese globo y seleccionen el idioma de español. Muchas gracias. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Victor. Appreciate it. Okay, so we'll now call this meeting to order, and we will start with a roll call.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Here.
Councilmember Rarback.
Here.
Councilmember Penrose.
Here.
Vice Mayor Reddick.
Here.
Mayor Brownstone.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. We will begin with a public forum. For those who might be joining us for the first time, public forum is where members of the community have up to 3 minutes, depending on how many people we get to participate, to make their comments about any issue that is not on the agenda for the evening. So you can talk about anything you like as long as it's not an agendized item, because we will have time when we do get later on in the agenda to again have the public address those items. So for those who are interested in making a comment in our public forum, they can raise their hand on their attendees list. They'll see an icon to raise a hand. There's a few people already raising their hands, and we'll give it another few seconds just to see how many people we have raising their hand. And we also have a timer which will show up on everybody's screen, and we'll set the timer for 3 minutes.
Yeah.
And there'll be a 2.5 minute warning, but you should be aware of that when you see 2.5 minutes up on the timer. They'll have 30 seconds left. Okay, let's open up the public forum. Yep, thanks, Jessica.
Okay. Mary Bernier, you have 3 minutes.
30 seconds. I think you meant 30 seconds there.
Hey. Honorable
Can hear you,
Mayor.
Hi, Mary, go ahead.
Thank you. Honorable Mayor, City Council members, and dedicated staff. Thank you again for a month or so being willing to write a letter to the employers in the city regarding a federal law to protect workers. I'm afraid the letter wasn't written because calling the Department of Labor's phone number, sadly, half of the people would say that that letter had expired. And the other half of the people would say it's expiring March 31st, even though it was continued till September 30th, being voluntary for employers this year, whereas it was mandatory last year. So a wonderful lady at the Department of Labor has been trying to fix that, but she got sick from COVID herself and was out for 2 weeks. So in the absence of the Department of Labor's law that is now voluntary, California passed a law that's being enforced by the Labor Commissioner. It went into effect on Monday, and it is going to cover workers in businesses that have 25 workers or more. but it's mandatory that those employers pay their workers for the same reasons the past law has. If they have to stay home, oh, I'm sorry, I hope you don't hear this beeping. Here, I got an idea. If they have to stay home because they have COVID or they have been exposed to COVID or they've got symptoms or waiting for the test results to come through, according to the CDC, Department of Health guidelines, they're supposed to stay home for 10 to 14 days, but no one follows that. But to protect the people in Half Moon Bay, it's so much better that a worker gets their money and gets to stay home instead of having to work when they're sick or could be making other people sick. So that's a great thing. And Matthew was wonderful in asking Victor to translate it into Spanish, and Victor did it in just a couple of hours. Whereas the California Labor Commissioner still hasn't got it translated up on the site, and you have to Google it, and then you pay $14.95 for a private company who just does this for a lot of stuff that never gets translated on the California federal or state sites. So I just wanted to let you know
30
that,
seconds.
and I'm hoping that once again you might consider checking this one out as well as the last one. The Department of Labor still exists also, but both of them together could really protect a lot of workers. The federal one protects anybody, even if there's only one worker. And that's a pretty wonderful thing. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Mary. Appreciate that. Okay.
Okay. Next, we have Youth Leadership Institute. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Half Moon Bay City Council. Thank you for your time today and for hearing my public comment. My name is Ruby Salazar, and I work with the Youth Leadership Institute and have partnered with the California Friday Night Live Partnership in Half Moon Bay High School and Pilarcitos High School, and wanted to share with the council our proclamation for making April Friday Night Live Month. The proclamation goes, whereas the California Friday Night Live program was developed in Sacramento in 1984 as the model program for the state of California, is celebrating 37 years of engaging young people and was designed to reduce alcohol use and other problems amongst young people by building partnerships for positive and healthy development, which engage youth as active leaders and resources in their communities. And whereas youth in the Friday Night Live programs will experience a safe environment that includes physical and emotional safety, and will experience opportunities for community engagement that include knowledge of community interaction and interface with the community, communication with the community, and opportunities to contribute to the community. And whereas participants in the Friday Night Live programs will be afforded opportunities for leadership and advocacy that will include decision making and governance, learning to express their opinions constructively, and taking action on issues or projects they care about inside the program, in their community or school. And whereas youth in the Friday Night Live programs will experience opportunities to build caring and meaningful relationships with peers and adults that include learning about their peers and building relationships with them, guidance from caring staff, and feeling supported by others in the program, as well as having practical program needs met while enjoying a sense of belonging in the group. Thank you so much. And my program coordinator, Rod Spikes, my coworker, will be helping and sharing the rest of our proclamation for today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ruby. Appreciate that.
And next is Rod Spikes. Rod, you have 3 minutes. Rod, you're still muted. If you could unmute yourself.
Oh, There we go. Hi, thank you for the time, City Council. Again, I am Rod Spikes with the Youth Leadership Institute, and we are partnering with Friday Night Live Prevention Program to continue on with my coworker was saying and why the proclamation should be adopted. Whereas, in addition, youth in Friday Night Live programs will experience opportunities to engage in interesting and relevant skill development activities that will better prepare them for the challenges they may face and to develop healthy personal attitudes and behaviors related to alcohol, tobacco, opioids, and other drugs, violence prevention, and academic completion by fostering learning. And whereas in an unprecedented time marked with upheaval, loss, and uncertainty, young people in Friday Night Live programs have epitomized resiliency, strength, and courage in their relentless commitment to making their community a better place. And whereas during the month of April 2021, youth at more than 600 chapters will raise awareness in their counties throughout the state of California in order to reduce underage drinking, underage gambling, and tobacco use by mobilizing their communities with an unified call to action. Now, therefore, be it. We hope that it could be resolved by you, Half Moon Bay City Council, that the month of April 2021 be recognized as California Friday Night Live Month and applauds and thanks the leaderships, staff, volunteers, and youth who are committed to improving the quality of life for present and future generations. Thank you so much for your time, and we really hope that you guys have the opportunity and take the opportunity to adopt our California Friday Night Live proclamation and making April officially a Friday Night Live month. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And next we have Stacy. Stacy, you have 3 minutes.
Good evening, esteemed City Council and City staff. I'm calling again to remind us of the focus that had started last summer in the effort to launch the Public Safety Committee from the City Council and asking that progress be prioritized in the month of April. The mental health focus group is yet to meet, and I know that Matthew from the city staff is working to make that happen. I know city staff is very busy, and the Justice Committee of CFTA, Coastside Families Taking Action, is just asking for your support to help prioritize that effort so that this doesn't get lost in all the priorities that exist. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Stacy.
Next we have Kimberly Williams.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hi, City Council members. I wanted to thank you for your support of Assembly Bill 962 and Assembly Bill 1276 in an effort to reduce single-use plastics in San Mateo County. And thank you for your commitment to the reduction of these items in San Mateo consistently. Surfrider really appreciates that, and we stand behind you all the way. Thank you.
Thank you, Kimberly.
And last we have Belinda Arriaga.
Hi, good evening, everyone. This is Belinda Arriaga, and I wanted to extend our sincere thanks from ALAS and our farm worker program, especially to Mayor Brownstone and to Councilwoman Reddick for coming out to our first farm worker, honoring our farm workers on the Coast Day that we had this past week. And we were able to really celebrate and say thank you to those that work so hard for us on the coast side. And having your voice present was amazing. We had an evening panel where we were able to come together and hear testimonies from farm workers, and celebration for those also involved was City Councilman Joaquin Jimenez, which we're so grateful for too, leading this effort. And during the day, Alas was able to take food out to our farm workers. We took lunch to them, supplies, and said thank you from all of us on the coast. And we want to thank you for making this possible. Our work happens because of your support from the city and for all those that have volunteered in the community to also make a difference in partnering with us to make these events happen. So thank you. And we also want to say continued thank you for all your support for our food pantry that happens every Saturday alongside with city staff and the City of Half Moon Bay Library. We continue to feed over 180 cars and walkers each week, which translates to almost 600 people every Saturday. So there's a lot more that we're doing, but during this Cesar Chavez holiday, we really wanted to highlight our farm workers who are heroes and say thank you to all of you for being there.
Thank you, Belinda. Thank you for the invitation. It was a terrific event. It was a pleasure to attend, and I hope next year we could attend the same event live, so in person. Thank you. And Jessica, looks like that's the last.
Yes, there are no more hands raised, Mayor.
Okay. So we are now closing the public forum, and we are moving on to proclamations and presentations. And we're happy to have as guests Zoe and Larry from the Mid-Peninsula Regional Open Space District, and to give us an update on some of the work that they've been doing and how that impacts us here on the coast side.
Well, good evening, Mayor Brownstone, members of the council and staff. Thank you so much for providing this opportunity this evening. I'm joined tonight by my colleague on the board of directors, Larry Hassett. Larry represents Ward 6, which includes much of the South Coast from about Elkis Ranch down to the Santa Cruz border, up through the Skyline Corridor and over the hill to include a bit of Redwood City and Woodside and Portola Valley. My district or ward includes the city of Half Moon Bay North, Moss Beach, El Granada, Montera to the southern border of Pacifica, and then up and over the hill. We're also joined this evening by our governmental affairs specialist, Joshua Hugg, who will be running our PowerPoint presentation this evening. I'm going to rely on Larry and Josh to help me with this tonight, as Zoom is still a little unfamiliar to me occasionally. Our goal this evening is to really give you an overview of the district, what we do, where we are, and how we do it, and then focus in a little bit on the coast and talk to you a little bit about the projects that are relevant to those of us who live here. And let me just fix this here. All right, Josh has brought up our coastside mission statement. And I want to just draw your attention to a couple of aspects of this, which I think are just so relevant to us here on the coast. In 2004, this mission statement was adopted, and we are paying very special attention here on the coast to preserving in perpetuity agricultural lands of regional significance, to preserving the rural character of the coast, and to encouraging viable agricultural use of land resources here. And of course, continue to provide opportunities for ecologically sensitive public enjoyment and education. Next slide, please, Josh. A little bit about the district. We are an independent special district that was formed in 1972 by a grassroots voter initiative known as Measure R, or the Room to Breathe initiative. It was passed by more than 2/3 of the voters in Santa Clara County at that time. In 1976, the southeastern portion of San Mateo County joined the district. In 1992, we added a teeny bit of Santa Cruz, and then in 2004, the district included the San Mateo County coastside into its boundaries. We'll talk a little bit about that history later. We are funded primarily through property tax. We operate 26 open space preserves throughout Santa Clara and San Mateo County. And over the years, we've preserved more than 65,000 acres of open space and working lands. Our main office is in Los Altos, And let's see, what else do I want to tell you about this here? We do have seven members on our board of directors. Larry and I are the two that represent San Mateo County. The other 5 represent Santa Clara County. Next slide, please. Purisima Creek Redwoods Open Space Preserve is the nearest one of our preserves to the city of Half Moon Bay. It's also one of our most popular preserves. And if you're into forest bathing, this is a place for you to go, especially if you love redwoods. The history of logging is rich in this preserve. The original redwood forest was logged back in the late 1800s and early 1900s. And some of the largest redwoods were probably close to 1,000 years old in this preserve, with diameters between 10 to 20 feet across. So as you're walking along the Purisima Creek Trail, you can see evidence of these large stumps and some of this rich history. I might add, with regard to the Purisima Creek Redwoods Preserve, we are currently studying or launched a multimodal access study, because we know that parking is difficult for this preserve. So we're looking at a variety of different ways to help alleviate that, that pressure and help people get out to this open space preserve more easily. Next slide, please. Okay, this is a map that shows Mid-Penn's jurisdiction, and you can see, maybe Josh, if you could follow along with the cursor, you know, we extend all the way north to the south border of Pacifica, down to a little tip in Santa Cruz County to the south, and from the Pacific Ocean all the way over to the San Francisco Bay. In the early years of the district's existence, the first 40 years really, we concentrated primarily on land acquisition to really lock down the open space and working lands of regional significance to the degree that we could. In the last 10 or so years, we continue to focus on acquisition, but are expanding our efforts to create, if you will, to stitch together these preserves with wildlife corridors. We know that the critters that call our parks and preserves homes don't really understand park boundaries. So we're working hard to create safe corridors along our preserve, this path of our preserves, for the many creatures that depend on our lands for their homes, such as the mountain lions, bobcats, American badger, and the like. Next slide, please. La Honda Creek Open Space Preserve, this one is in Larry's ward. It's the second largest of our preserves and one of my absolute favorites. It's 6,100 acres of historic ranch land that has now been preserved in perpetuity. If you choose to go take a walk out in this preserve, you will be sharing the trails with our cattle. This is a wonderful preserve for you to take an up-close look at our conservation grazing program. The La Honda Creek Open Space Preserve is, of course, the home of the iconic Red Barn, which is visible off Highway 84. We've been working, really working hard with the community of La Honda to develop safe and environmentally sensitive access routes into this preserve around the Red Barn. We continue to work on that. I'm really happy to let you know that as of April 1st, the district has opened up through limited permits through the Driscoll Ranch Event Center for folks to park and hike out of that area. And if you really ever would like to take a walk back into the history of the coast, walking out of Driscoll Ranch, out through the Stock Tunnel and up into those hills with the cattle is really quite an experience. So I invite you to check out our website and the permit for La Honda Creek Open Space Preserve. Next slide, please. Well, if there has been a silver lining to this last year of pandemic, it has certainly been that many, many, many more people have discovered a love for their public open space. Our visitorship has skyrocketed in the last year, doubling in many instances, with no evidence of returning back to old normals anytime soon. Indeed, we now are very clear that the parks and open spaces are are considered an essential service, as we provide a place for people to seek respite and relief from this pandemic. We're very proud of the 240 miles of hiking trails that we have throughout our preserves. They're some of the best in the country. I'm a little bit biased, but I think they are. We have a number of preserves that provide mountain bike trails. El Corte de Madera is certainly one that is a mecca for many mountain bikers. Some of our preserves offer dog-friendly trails. One that's in my district or ward, Pulgus Ridge, just over the hill, also has some an off-leash area for dogs. One of the best ways to get to know the district is to take advantage of our free docent-led hikes. We're hoping to have them back online really soon. We offer a little something for everybody, lots of kid-friendly hikes and activities. So I invite you to take a look at our website, and we'll stay tuned for when we open up those hikes again. I think it won't be too long. We're also really proud of our volunteers. We have more than 1,000 volunteers that pitch in on a yearly basis to do everything from trail patrol to invasive species removal. We really rely on our volunteers to help us throughout the district and throughout our lands. And of course, we do provide equestrian access to many of our open space preserves. Next slide, please. Okay, so let's focus in on the coast a little bit. And I just had to go back and provide a little bit of history, because I think some of the members of the City Council were involved in this effort early on. Back in the 1990s, a number of local organizations and community groups recognized the need for increased protection of coastal open space and ag lands from the threat of development. And nowhere was this more apparent than at the southern edge of the city of Half Moon Bay, where there were large development plans both for the east and the west side of Highway 1. The National Park Service, state parks, and county lands had limited capacity to expand their operations to manage working lands. And land trusts lacked the resources to actually manage open space and public access on a long-term basis. So in 1998, voters approved Measure F, an advisory measure asking coastal residents if they supported being included in the Mid-Peninsula Regional Open Space District boundaries. Over the next couple of years, a citizens advisory group came together to work with MidPen to develop our service plan and policies. And in 2004, the Local Agency Formation Commission, LAFCO, finalized the districts, including the coast side in the district boundaries. Since then, MidPen has protected over 12,000 acres on the coast. Next slide, please. Just a little bit about this coastal service plan. It includes the mission statement that we mentioned earlier that's very specific to the coast side. It mandates active engagement with our coastal partners like the City of Half Moon Bay, the Pescadero Municipal Advisory Council, many nonprofits and other partners on the coast. Certainly one of our steadfast partners, the Peninsula Open Space Trust. It includes a mutual aid agreement for fire services with the county and an agreement with the La Honda Pescadero Unified School District that includes a tax compensation fee for lands taken off the tax rolls. Next slide, please. Okay, so what's new on the coast? I want to talk a little bit about some project updates we have here. And first and foremost is our Johnston Ranch purchase. This partnership is a spectacular one between the City of Half Moon Bay, the Peninsula Open Space Trust, and MidPen. And I'm going to talk only at a very high level. This is a complex project and perhaps one that we might want to come back and have a more focused study session with you on. But just quickly, it is a partnership between the City of Half Moon Bay, Post, and MidPen. Post will be granting the city a trail easement along the south side of Higgins Road from the city's safety crossing at Highway 1 and Main Street to Johnston House, providing trail connections to the west. The city and MidPen are partnering on future parking and trailhead access at the Johnston House property, and will include a loop trail on the upland property, with which, Josh, if you could just highlight that loop trail right there. Yeah, this is going to be a spectacular trail which will look out over the extraordinarily scenic vistas of Wave Crest. And Yeah, can't wait to see that. And let's see, the parties in this agreement are also all supporting future trail connections to Burley Murray State Park and to the Miramontes Ridge Open Space Preserve. And of course, the parties also are very dedicated to the protection of the existing ag operations, both the farming and the grazing at Johnston Ranch. Our partnership with the Giusti family is one that we take we're very proud of, along with the Peninsula Open Space Trust. Next slide, please. One of the other really exciting aspects of the Johnston Ranch property is this Bay to Sea Trail conceptual route. The Johnston Ranch will represent the northern segment of the Bay to Sea Regional Trail concept. The City of Half Moon Bay Post and Mid-Penn are key partners, along with, I think, at least 6 other agencies on this regional trail vision. The Parissima to the Sea Trail segment to the south is a place where Mid-Penn is currently working on both trail and parking feasibilities, a feasibility study. And we are anticipating being able to break ground on that around 2025. Next slide, please. A bit about some of our more recent coastal acquisitions. In 2020, Mid-Penn purchased the 540-acre Gordon Ridge property as an addition to the Tunitas Creek Open Space Preserve, and the 370-acre South Cowell property, which will be added to the Parissima Creek Preserve. Of course, we already mentioned Johnston Ranch. To the south, you'll see the Cloverdale Ranch property. This is an acquisition that we're looking at, we're evaluating. It will, if added to our portfolio of preserves, will be a standalone open space preserve with more than 6,200 acres. It's home to several creeks, which are also home to salmonid species, many excellent trail and recreation opportunities, including some regional trail access points to the Coastal Trail and the Ohlone Portola Heritage Trail. So stay tuned for more information on Cloverdale Ranch as that project comes closer into focus for us. All right, next slide, please. I want to talk a little bit, and just a little bit this evening, about our wildland fire resiliency program. This is a very big topic for Mid-Penn, as you might imagine, and one that we might want to come back with a more specific study session on. But I want to start by talking a little bit about the CZU fire. Thankfully, none of the district's lands were touched by the CZU fire, but our rangers were front and center in fighting this fire. Our rangers are thoroughly trained both in fire monitoring and fire suppression. And indeed, they were responsible for putting out a number of spot fires on that day when the fire started to rage northward into San Mateo County. Our rangers' trucks have special firefighting equipment on them. So I guess I say this just so that folks in Half Moon Bay understand that Mid-Penn is here and we are working closely with partners to fight fires. And as we look forward to this next year of what looks to be significant drought, I know this is all top of mind for a lot of us. Next slide, please, Josh. As an open space district, we take a very careful approach to vegetation management and fuel reduction. We make every effort to minimize impacts to the ecosystems on our lands while reducing fuel loads. We engage in vegetation clearing along the roads, fuel breaks, the like. The district is in the final stages of finalizing an EIR for our wildland fire protection program. And when that project is approved and moved forward, it will result in a 600% increase in our fire resiliency work. And I might add that prescribed burns will become increasingly important to us as we meet our public safety and conservation goals in the future. Next slide, please. Okay, I want to turn now to our conservation grazing program. This is another method to reduce fuel for wildland fire that we use by grazing cattle on large areas on the coastal side of the Santa Cruz Mountains. The district manages over 11,000 acres of cattle grazing lands in San Mateo County. A bit about biodiversity and conservation grazing. Grazing can help maintain the open grassland habitat that favors many native grassland species. Many of our native critters in our grasslands, such as grasshopper sparrows, western burrowing owls, among others, really prefer the short-statured grassland vegetation. Carefully managed grazing can help moderate competition between invasive exotic grasses and our native flora. A bit about fuel reduction. Many of our grasslands are capable of producing up to 6,000 pounds per acre of fine fuel. By utilizing this conservation grazing program, we can reduce that to 1,200 to 2,000 pounds per acre. And finally, a note on our collaboration with our ranchers. We've listed them here. Some of these names will be very familiar to you. Our ranchers, the folks who engage in our conservation grazing program, help us meet our conservation and biodiversity goals. And I think that's all I want to say on that. I'm sorry, I'm trying to go quickly because I know you're all busy. I just want to mention we do collaborate with Tomcat Ranch and with Point Blue Conservation Science as we evolve this practice of conservation grazing and what's coming to be known as regenerative agriculture. So we are trying to keep ourselves on the very leading edge of this as we look towards ways to reduce fire fuel and do so in a way that honors the lands that we are entrusted with protecting. So next slide, please. All right, just to finish off, I want to let you all know that next year the district will be celebrating its 50th anniversary. We have a number of activities planned throughout the district and throughout the year, and we'll be keeping you apprised of what they are, and we'll hope that we can involve you in some of this celebration. And of course, Director Hassett and myself would be happy to host any of you on the council or staff who would be interested in coming out for a hike to actually put boots on the ground and see the scale and scope of our conservation work in action. So with that, Mayor Brownstone, if we have time, we could take some questions.
Mayor, you're muted.
Mr. Mayor, there you go.
Yep, sorry about that. Yeah, we do have a couple of comments, questions. I'll start with Vice Mayor Ruddick.
Very glad you're working in the hood and to hear about all your stuff. And I hope you're communicating the ecosystem services provided by all of your preserves and your working lands practices and things like that. So, you know, some people say, well, you're taking money off the tax rolls, but there's a lot of ecosystem service benefits and benefits to quality of life. So, hope you're, you know, working on communicating all that always. I do have a question. So I work for a state agency, and for the last couple of years, we've been engaged in a lot of processes around increasing equity and reaching out to disadvantaged communities and just doing a lot more general outreach. There's several meeting bills in Sacramento right now that would put a lot more requirements on reaching out to those speaking various languages and things. So is MidPenn, do you have like an equity initiative going on, or working on communicating with the various communities, lower income communities? And one of the good reasons to be doing so is that the bonds that are in discussion, the climate resilient bonds, and the focus of recent past bonds have been on, you know, reaching people who are, you know, in marginalized communities, low income, people of color and things. So just want to know, like, are you working on that issue in any capacity?
Yes, Vice Mayor Ruddick, thank you for that important question. And I'm going to turn it over to Josh. We're actually doing a lot in that area. In fact, spent much of the day talking to legislators in Sacramento today about that very topic. So I'll let Josh provide you with an overview of what we're doing there. Josh? You're muted, Josh.
Oops, there we go. Sorry, I'm gonna unwind myself from the presentation.
Yeah.
Apologize for the bad lighting. The sun has gone down and my room is in the dark. Yes, we have actually, particularly in the last year, have started to, really, consider deeply the issues of diversity, equity, and inclusion, both within the organization and outside. We've been fostering partnerships with groups like Latino Outdoors, and where we are actively looking for partners. So we are open to any and all offers. But you also mentioned the climate bond, and there are two of them that, as you know, AB 1500 and SB 45. From our experiences with Prop 68, the Bay Area really struggled with eligibility for a lot of the funding that would serve disadvantaged communities. So we have worked with our partners in the Bay Area, an organization called Together Bay Area, that to promote another definition that is more inclusive. It's actually three definitions in one. You may have heard of under-resourced communities. And over the course of the last couple of years, the demographics have shifted in San Mateo County, where the South Coast was identified through area median income as low income and therefore eligible for whether it's for cap and trade funds or for other funds tied to low income communities. The map has shifted, so actually Half Moon Bay and the vicinity south of 92 is now eligible, has been designated as low income. So through the promotion of that definition, we're hoping to unlock some of the funds that would be made available through the next climate bond that would be on the 2022 ballot.
Just to follow up, so what about like communication materials? Do you have them in Spanish and any other language? Like, is your outreach sort of branching out as well? And
Yeah.
there are great constituencies here that are untapped, I think.
Right, we are
enjoyment and things.
We are actively looking for those opportunities to promote particularly multilingual material. This past year, we opened up our Ravenswood Preserve. The interpretive signage was all bilingual because it served a community, East Palo Alto in this case, that had a large Spanish-speaking population. So I wouldn't say at this point it's a wholesale implementation. It's more targeted. And I would also make a pitch. We do have an event coming up this Saturday where our general manager, Ana Ruiz, will be and we can certainly send you the material. She is reading a children's story in Spanish, also talking about the environment. She feels very strongly about the need to connect more substantially to communities that have traditionally been underrepresented in our preserves.
Yeah, I think like youth education, school education programs
Yes.
are a great start too.
Yes,
the public schools and the private schools.
And we're also a big fan of your neighbor Vida Verde, out on over in San Gregorio, to promote those early childhood experiences to connect with nature and gain confidence and interest.
And I would simply add that we are always looking for new partnerships, particularly here on the coast, to expand our range and reach of access to our open space preserves. So open to any suggestions you might have or opportunities for partnership that you might like to offer to the district. Thank you. Thank you for those questions.
You come to the right place, so we will take you up on that offer, I promise.
Excellent.
Had a council member Jimenez.
Thank you.
I have a few questions and some comments about your organization. As you know, our heritage here in the coast, about ranching and farming, it's our heritage, and we would like to preserve that. Um, I do enjoy, the trails, in the coast. I probably walk, a lot of your trails. Uh, and while walking your trails, and opened up about making more trails, um, one question comes up. Uh, it's about, would these trails actually limit, the possibility for to continue our heritage of farming and ranching? Because I mean, as you know, the old Driscoll Ranch now is limited to to more ranching, to the opportunity of ranching. As you add more trails, to your property, it's going to limit, farming for community and ranching as well. So would this, making more trails? Because I know in San Mateo County we have a lot of trails. Uh, we have trails all over the coast. Adding more trails to properties that used to be farmland and and property for ranching, wouldn't that limit that opportunity to new people interested in farming and ranching?
Thank you for that question. That's an excellent question, and one that we take very seriously. When we acquire land for an open space preserve, we do what's called a preliminary use and management plan, where we look at the natural resources very carefully on that property. And lands that are prime ag, lands that are historically in ranching, they're typically maintained for that purpose. We position trails very carefully around those natural resources, and in some cases, there's no public access provided at all if it's not appropriate. So I'll ask Josh to chime in, but from my perspective as a member of the board, I see our staff being very careful and taking very seriously our mandate on the coast to preserve ag lands of regional significance and to promote and preserve agricultural operations, ranching operations whenever we possibly can, not to compete, not to provide public access at the expense of farming and ranching.
My question is, as I understand, I follow not very close, but I follow close, some of the work you do uh, because of an interest. I do work with a lot of the farming community here on the coast, so I know a lot of the area, not all of it, but I know a lot of the area. And I know some of the property that is owned by your organization has been sitting there without being farmed or given the opportunity to farm the land. That is, why, my question, as you acquire more property, would that be the end of the farming for the property? Uh, I know there's an interest, from Post to buying, another farm that is a very decent farm, and with the intention to put a trail through the farm. Uh, so, like I say, I want to preserve, our heritage of the coastside. Farming and ranching uh, is is something that we know that our essential workers, needing the opportunity. We see as the new farmers could be our now present, farm workers. So that's what I'm saying. That's why that was the question. Would that be limiting, the possibility, to new farmers and new ranchers? Um, you also talked about doing reaching out, being in, equitable organization. You are in the coast, Have you reached out to any of the Latino organizations in the coast to present your organization about what is your vision and your mission statement, for your organization and how you can be, partners with these organizations in the coast?
I have not yet, and I will look forward to doing that with you. I am more than happy to come and present and look for opportunities to, as I say, create those partnerships and extend our outreach.
Yeah, I would say that at the moment, most of our outreach has been to the South Coast, to areas around Pescadero, and organizations like Puente, Rita Mancera's organization. We've connected with them and have had active discussions. Um, that's probably the more, I would say that's probably the most recent interactions that we've had. But we do work with ranchers and farmers on developing trails that are compatible with existing uses as well. So, we're this is an ongoing dialogue, and I think we aspire to be, towards that goal of, equity, inclusion, and diversity. Um, I don't think we've hit that destination just yet, but we are looking for partners to help make that happen.
Yeah, Josh, you mentioned that you're working with the organizations from East Palo Alto
Yeah.
with students. I mean, the question now stands, when we are talking about the coast side, why not do the same, connection, to communities in the coast side? Pescadero, I know about Puente, and that in Pescadero, I know about their work. Actually, I used to work for them, a while back. So that's why, that was one of the questions about, have you reached out to organizations in the coast side, the diverse organizations, uh, building that equity, the opportunity, reaching out, the connection of, like you mentioned, disadvantaged communities, we have them in the coast side. Uh, so that's my question, because I am very connected with the whole coast side. We're talking about from Montero down to the county line, Santa Cruz. So I haven't heard much about you connecting with with the community of color, in this case, the Latino community.
We welcome the opportunity to speak with any organizations. If you have particular ones that you have an affinity for, that you think we should be talking to and working with, absolutely, we are ready to be there to talk and to partner where those opportunities exist. I'd please, please, um, this is something that we feel is very important. We're not experts at this, and really, we have a lot to learn from you.
So, we are, in a new era. COVID, the pandemic has, taught us a lot, about our community, how diverse we are, about, being, very supportive of each other. You know? And one thing is that it came up, of the interest, the Latino community to learn about our community, about the coast side, giving the opportunity to learn about what climate change is, about learning about organizations like yours. Like I said, I do follow your work. I visit your website. I walk your trails, and just the interest, of your presentation is about how well connected you are to the community of color, or disadvantaged community, like you called it, here in the coast side. Um, and I would like to actually revisit with you and Zoe about a recent proposal that it was done about, the farming opportunity here in the coastside for people of color. Just like you mentioned that you want to, be inclusive and giving opportunity to everybody on the coast to preserve that heritage of, farming and ranching. That is very important to us.
I have to say, Councilmember Jimenez, having you on the council is so incredibly important to this effort for us. Your leadership and partnership with us will help us do a better job of reaching out to communities of color and to the Latino community on the coast. And speaking for myself, and I'm sure Josh and Larry and all of us, we're eager to work with you on this. There's much to be done, and we're ready to do it if you'll help us.
Oh yes, of course. I'm looking forward to it. I do believe in your vision. About the preservation of our open spaces and in the coastside. The conservation of our farming and ranching in the coastside. But also, I'm very interested, in giving the new opportunities to people of color, that are interested in farming and ranching.
Absolutely. And we also believe that ranching and public open space and public access are not mutually exclusive. We believe they can coexist, and we make that happen whenever we possibly can in our preserves. But we look forward to having your input on that. And this is a this is a shared endeavor, as we continue to protect the lands on the coast and do it in a way that is environmentally sensitive and also honors our coastside mission. So really looking forward to working with you on these issues.
I am as well. Thank you.
Good.
Great.
Any other questions?
No more questions. I really want to thank you both for being here. In addition to providing great information, and God knows I love the Parisima Redwood Trees Trail right here in our backyard. And I'm also really delighted that this opened up the opportunity for this dialogue with our council member, because I certainly know from experience to expedite equity issues, you really have to have all the right folks at the table, at the decision-making table. So you mentioned earlier, you're doing assessments and trying to be very respectful and fair, but it's important, at that decision-making stage where you're making those assessments, the more opportunity you have to have the ranchers and farm workers, who are impacted and members of the community, then you'll probably reach a much better decision. And as to all the impacts it'll have on folks. So, so thank you. I think that was a historic dialogue we just witnessed here. So I really appreciate that.
You're welcome. And that you just said something so important, and that is having the farm workers' perspective. It's one that we have not had access to easily in the past. We talk to the ranchers and the farmers, but the farm workers are folks that we really would love to be able to connect to and learn more from. And indeed, a historic conversation this evening. So thank you. Thank you all
Great.
for making time tonight.
Thank you, Zoe and Josh.
Thank you.
And
Thank
to
you
Director
again.
Hassett.
Yeah, whatever all that I put into this conversation.
Thanks for being here.
All right.
Okay.
Everybody, thank you.
Let's see, I think that that does it for our proclamation presentation section. No announcements of community activities and community services, I don't believe. So we're going to move on to report out from recent closed sessions. Catherine?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will report that the council met in closed session prior to this evening's meeting at 6 o'clock to discuss the topic of labor negotiations with its designated labor negotiator around topics regarding the employee organization Local 39. And then I also want to report that the council met on March 29th in closed session. And there are two items I wanted to report on that meeting. The first, the council met to discuss the existing litigation of City of Half Moon Bay versus Thomas Gearing et al. And the city has filed a condemnation action to acquire property following up on the last meeting's resolution of necessity. So that discussion was had. And then secondly, the council discussed a related item of Gearing et al. Versus City of Half Moon Bay, filed in U.S. District Court for the Northern District of California, and unanimously authorized the city attorney to defend the city in that action. And I will just note, just for the public, if folks are interested in those matters, the city has a webpage up on the city website to discuss those, any questions around those litigation matters. And you can just type in West of Railroad into the search engine, and you'll find the page there for more information. And that is it for my report out.
Thank you, Catherine. City manager updates to council, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have several. I will kick it off. The first update I want to give to the council is recently, I would say over the last maybe 2 weeks, I think you all received emails from Congresswoman Jackie Spears' office. These emails were kind of unique, and we don't really receive emails like that all the time, but they were requesting potential projects from agencies, from nonprofits. I'm sure the email went out to many constituents and agencies in her district. The first one was a call for what they called community projects. And then about a week later, we received a similar email specifically making a second request for infrastructure projects, and more specifically, big regional transportation projects or transit projects. We did a little research on this, and then Congresswoman Spears did present recently at one of the weekly county meetings and kind of underscored the requests they were making. They're not for specific grants necessarily. There's not a lot of guidelines on what they're asking for, but it is projects that they will compile on a list. And when she does her work in Washington to push for projects in her district, that's what that list will be available to her to do. I mean, this is what in the old days they called earmarks. I'm not sure they use that term as much anymore in Washington, but this is what Congress people like to do. And of course, in recent months, with the stimulus bill passing 1.9 trillion, and now we know the president is working on a big infrastructure bill, 2 million part one, potentially even a second 2 million part two. There's a lot of federal money that's going to be flowing in the next 2, 3, 4, 5 years. So I think our attitude is we should take this request seriously, even though there's not a lot of detail. And our intention is to submit some projects to her office as requested. The community projects are due April 15th, and we are still working. Deputy City Manager Chittister and I are working on projects that we think are the best fit and will grab attention. Again, not a lot of detail, no guarantees. We don't even know what bucket of money might fund them, but we want to get on the Congresswoman's radar. So we will come up with projects that we think fit. We have to submit these before your next council meeting. So I just wanted to announce this tonight so that you know we're taking this seriously and we are going to be submitting something. And then on the second request, the infrastructure, she specifically states that this list will be compiled so that if the infrastructure bill passes, that potentially these projects get in line. So we also will be submitting a couple projects there. I think we have a little bit more idea what we'll be submitting on those. They have to be highway projects generally, and so our Public Works Department kind of knows what the big asks are. and it's probably something around the Kelly Highway 1 interchange, the Kelly kind of gateway project, including the traffic signal there, and then also Highway 1 North and the big project we're working on there north of 92, and really thinking about a phase 2 of that project and take those improvements all the way up past Frenchman's Creek. So I just wanted to announce that we saw those emails, we researched them, and we're going to do our best to get some projects on that list so that Congresswoman Spears knows that we're here on the coast and that we have our needs. So that's my first announcement. The second item, I just wanted to give a brief update on the Coastside Recovery Initiative, and I do have a couple slides for this. So the task force has been seated. If you can flip to the next slide. I know this is small, but all of their bios are on the website, so I encourage you to go check that out. We have them listed all on the website. There is an oversight committee. We've presented that before, and there are 17 members, and they did have their first meeting in March. It was just last week. That meeting was recorded, and it is our intention to put recordings of all their meetings on the website as well. They will meet monthly. So right now, I think there's tentative dates set for April, May, and June for the task force to convene. So we're really excited about it. Full attendance on the first night. They all seem very excited to be part of this task force. I don't think they're going to be missing any meetings. They're ready to roll up their sleeves and take this task on. Next slide. So here's what their charge is. You've seen this slide before. We wanted excited people. We wanted new voices. We wanted a representative example of our community, and we really got that. We just have some incredible talent on the task force. So they're going to serve, obviously, as ambassadors and champions of this recovery initiative, help look for focus areas that we should really drill down on. What specifically does recovery mean? What does economic development mean? And how best can the task force assist your council? Look at all the data and use the data to their advantage, look at unmet needs, and then, of course, come up with recommendations that they will bring to your council, and then even assist in implementation of those recommendations in the short, medium, and long term. Next slide. So at their first meeting, like I said, they rolled up their sleeves and really got going. They did receive an interesting presentation from an economics professor from UC Santa Cruz, but they took the information from the open house, everything that was heard, and I think there was 9 or 10 areas that came out of the open house, and they met in small groups and decided to focus on 4 or 5 areas. And so that decision has already been made, and now they're going to each break up into groups. And so each one of these areas will have a group of, say, 6 or 7 of the task force members, and they will meet more frequently to work on these areas. So I'll read them quickly. Create vibrant commercial and community spaces. This was really the focus on the downtown that we heard so much of from the open house. Diversify the economy and spark business innovation. These were based on comments we heard about our reliance on tourism and that we need to be more diversified. Support and invest in local businesses and nonprofits. This was probably the #1 theme from the open house, and the task force really jumped on this idea of retaining the businesses and nonprofits we have that are such an important part of our community fabric right now and have been suffering from the last year. And then the 4th one was really to acknowledge and protect our environmental assets. You just had a presentation from Mid-Penn. We are a tourist town because of our beaches and open spaces, and the task force recognized that we have to capitalize on that asset. So it's somewhat contrary to the diversification one, but there was certainly acknowledgement that we have to continue to protect that, and in some ways maybe encourage a tie between tourism and environmental protection. And then the 5th one has a footnote next to it, because this was voted on by many of the members, and I think there are many experts on the task force who really want to get involved in providing better digital infrastructure and broadband on the coast, but they also recognize that that one is bigger than the other 4. It's a bigger endeavor. and they didn't want to get bogged down on that one issue. And so there is this recognition that some of the task force members will participate in number 5, but it's really going to become probably a bigger and maybe even a secondary task force with the county involved and our current internet providers involved. This is something that's been discussed for a while now. There's been fits and starts. We have received some support from our county partners pre-pandemic, but it feels like this is going to take off. We know there's money in the stimulus bill specifically for broadband, and there will be big money in the infrastructure bill as well. So we do probably anticipate another call for projects from Congresswoman Spears' office specifically for digital infrastructure and broadband. So again, a footnote on number 5, we as staff see that as becoming a bigger spinoff endeavor of ours. Next slide, please. And with that, I will turn it over to Matthew to hit the next update on COVID.
Good evening, council members. I've got several updates. I will try to move through them quickly. I know we've got a lot of important business tonight. Just wanted to recognize, we thought we might be moving into the yellow tier today. Unfortunately, in San Mateo County, we took a little step backwards in a few of the areas that they monitor. So we remain orange for the time being. Next slide, please. I just wanted to point out a couple of really important pieces of data here. The first is 16 and up, 50% of our population here in San Mateo County has received at least one dose of a vaccination. So I think that's a pretty big milestone. And this is as of April 1st. And you'll note that in Half Moon Bay, for a while, we were actually trending higher than the county-wide average, but the limitation on doses that have been distributed by the state to San Mateo County as one of the wealthier counties is starting to show. It's harder and harder for the county to put on some of these events that we really got rolling with earlier this year. We're hopeful that with the recent announcements about eligibility, which we'll talk about in a moment, that this number can tick up again. We know the county put a lot of emphasis on making sure that there was access for folks here on the coast side. And so this number is not an indication of desire or focus. It's really based on the fact that we have limited supplies coming to San Mateo County, whereas throughout the rest of the county, it's much easier for folks to access, the site in Oakland or San Francisco or other sites than necessarily folks from the coast. Next slide, please. So I think most people know that as of April 1st, the eligibility expanded to everyone 50 and up. So there's a list of all the people that are currently eligible. And then of course, next week on the 15th, everyone 16 and up becomes eligible for the vaccine. Supply remains the biggest constraint, and we're hopeful that as the states indicated, they're receiving more and more shipments, that those will trickle down here to San Mateo County and we can get everybody vaccinated and moving forward. Next slide, please. As we've said before, I think with everybody becoming eligible next week, the focus shifts now to am I eligible to where the heck can I get a vaccine? My Turn and the county eligibility notification list are still incredible sources to get up-to-date information on when and where they can get vaccinated. And as always, talk to your healthcare provider, your primary care provider. They can help you get access to a vaccine when you become eligible. And always reminding, even after you've been vaccinated, we have to continually socially distance and wear masks. They talk about we're really in a race between getting everybody vaccinated and these new variants. So we've all got to be very, very careful as we move forward. Next slide, please. Just one announcement. There was a series of clinics both at Our Lady of the Pillar Church and Strawflower Village for some of the food workers there on March 11th and 12th. Those second doses are coming available this week. And to expedite the process, we're just getting the word out with all of our community partners. Anybody that received a Moderna first dose on the 11th or 12th at any of the coastside sites, please come to Our Lady of the Pillar Church this Friday between 10 and 4. Just bring your vaccination card and your ID. if you have one, and get that second dose. You'll be accommodated, and they'll work you through very quickly. Next slide, please. The only other announcement I have is we continue to test for COVID at the community center on Mondays from 3 to 6 and at Senior Coastsiders on the first and third Thursday from 9 to 11. The county also offers Wednesday testing from 10 to 4 at the church. You'll note here that registration's been removed from this. Hopefully we'll update that soon. The county is actually piloting switching to a different testing provider, and we are going to be that pilot community and use the expertise we've developed in providing so many tests over the last several months. They've selected a new testing provider that actually doesn't just indicate positive or negative. If you're positive, they can indicate which strain you have. And that's becoming the most important data that we can get now, is to identify very quickly where these strains are and where they're coming from, and be able to tamp them down before they create this second or third or fourth surge, whatever we're on at this point. So more to come on that, and please reach out to me. My information's on the city website, and we'll keep that information up to date as much as possible. Really exciting news. The library is reopening. Next slide, please. So the library, as soon as the pandemic hit and they shut everything down, they started working on plans for reopening, and they have this phased approach. We're starting phase 3 of that approach, which is limited public access to facilities. Since last fall, the library has been providing curbside service where people can reserve books and materials and come and pick them up by appointment. Starting the week of April 19th, people will have access to the inside of the library. It will be very limited initially. Hours, capacity, and services will be limited. They're expecting folks to only be able to come inside for about an hour at a time, have one session on a computer, and we're not to that point where people are going to be able to hang out in the library and really use it the way we used to, but we're definitely on the way. None of the study rooms, meeting rooms, or programming and events that we're used to will be available yet, but they are looking at ways to use the outdoor spaces to start offering those things. It'll be a hybrid approach, several days a week. It'll be this indoor limited access, public access, and several days a week alternating. It'll continue to be the curbside services, and then that'll ramp up over the next several months. Please keep an eye on our website, our e-news and social media. You can also go to smcl.org and get all the details. But again, that starts the week of April 19th, and that's for the entire system. So you can also visit some of our sister libraries and communities over the hill. Next slide, please. As we heard earlier, a request to continue to focus energy on public safety. We wanted to give an update tonight to let you and the community know where we're at and where we're headed. Next slide, please. So going back earlier this year, we had the incident with Sandra Harmon on Main Street, the unfortunate incident where she was killed by sheriff's deputies responding to a call about this woman. And then shortly afterwards was the George Floyd incident, which really brought these concerns to the forefront nationwide. And you as a council took action. We had several discussions publicly about what we could do to address some of these concerns and issues. And we moved forward last summer with an effort to engage with the community and better understand the relationship between law enforcement, specifically the sheriff's office, and our community, and start to think about ways that we could rethink those interactions, improve those interactions, and better provide public safety here for everybody on the coast side. So 2 efforts have been kind of moving in parallel. As was indicated earlier, we have a public safety subcommittee of the city council. They've met several times, provided some questions and ideas that staff have been researching and compiling into a white paper study that will hopefully kind of memorialize the history of law enforcement here on the coast, and provide kind of some thoughts about how it's provided and the ways that it's provided. Additionally, we went into a public engagement, community engagement, and community feedback effort Because of the limitations of Zoom, we didn't feel like it was appropriate to go straight into a large community meeting. And so we went into focus groups, and we've met with the Latinx community, both our homeless community and homeless service providers, our nonprofits, our youth, and our clergy. One of the recurring themes that has come from each of these focus groups is concerns about mental health, how we respond and support people with mental health issues, and the role that law enforcement plays in that realm. So this coming in a couple of weeks, April 23rd, we'll be holding a mental health focus group. We appreciate the help of Coastside Families Taking Action and Stacy, who spoke earlier, in connecting us with some mental health professionals. And they're helping us to plan what we hope will be a really robust meeting with community members, select community members. This is not a big open public meeting, but a focus group, a safe space to have a focused discussion and really talk about some of the incidents we've had here on the coast, what's worked, what hasn't, what's working in other communities, and what opportunities we might have to think about implementing some new practices here on the coast. The timeline we're looking is after that focus group, there will be a summary report of all of those focus group meetings that will be published in early May. The white paper study is currently under review. That draft has been finalized, and we expect to convene the subcommittee again in May to preview that white paper study, to talk about the focus group summary, and start talking about recommendations from staff and the subcommittee for things that we can do moving forward. Additionally, we are working on a community meeting and a community survey that will take place in May and June. And at that community meeting, we want to discuss the results of the survey, the white paper, the focus group summary, and those recommendations with a broader subset of our community. That'll be a much larger open meeting that we hope many members of our community will participate in, and it'll be very informed because we've done a lot of groundwork leading up to this. And then we expect in June to hold a council workshop to really dig in with the entire city council and talk about this issue and how we move forward in the coming year. And so with that, we appreciate the patience and the hard work that's gone into all of it, and we hope that we'll reap some really great results. And that is the end of my report. So I'll turn it over to Jennifer Chong for Earth Day.
Great. Thank you, Matthew, and good evening, City Council and community members. I'm excited to be here this evening to announce our Earth Day events for this year, 2021. Unfortunately, due to COVID-19, we will not be able to have our large Earth Day festival that we had hoped to have last year and also this year, perhaps in 2022. But we do have a great lineup of events that we'd like to introduce to the community and welcome them to come and join us. So the first event that we have coming up is tailored to our businesses. It's in partnership with the Chamber and Republic Services, and it's a Learn and Lunch. This is actually happening next Tuesday, April 13th from 11 to 12 on Zoom. So if you're a business owner on the coast side, please come on out to this free workshop. You can register on the Chamber's website, or you can register using the link on your screen currently. We'll be providing, the city will be there, Republic Services will be there. We'll be giving you a high-level overview of what services you have currently and what the current state and local requirements are. And we'll also be spending some time projecting into the future some of the new legislation that is coming down the pipeline, which includes Half Moon Bay's disposable foodware ordinance and also SB 1383, which is going into effect in January of 2022. So please come on out. It will be fairly informal. We'll do a quick presentation, but it'll really be a Q&A session, so that way you all have some tailored attention from us. We know you've had a very difficult year, and unfortunately, the state is moving forward with a lot of legislation, and so we just want to be here and available to help you address some of these changes that are coming down the way. So take advantage of this opportunity, and we hope to see you next week. The event after our Learn at Lunch is our Earth Day recycling event. And so the community might recognize some of these services. We have 2 community recycling events a year. This is the equivalent to our spring community recycling event, and it is being held on Saturday, April 24th at Smith Field from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. noon. It's very similar to our event in October. This time we are excited that we are going to be able to offer e-waste recycling. Some folks in the community might recall that due to COVID, we weren't able to offer e-recycling at all in the fall. This time we are going to be able to have some e-recycling on site. However, we are not going to have individuals there to help physically move any of the items that you bring. So we're asking participants to please this time, if you are going to bring e-waste, make sure it's smaller items or items that you and your party are able to lift into our containers by yourselves, because we won't have people there physically to help you this time. Hopefully in the fall we'll have that service, but just for this one, we just have a little bit more adjusted operating services. Reminder that this is exclusive to Half Moon Bay residents, and we are going to be asking for your ID and your bill to verify that you are a Half Moon Bay resident. So please make sure you bring either your public services bill or your ID, and that we are going to be asking everyone to wear masks and to socially distance. Echoing what Matthew said, we're on the back end of the, hopefully what we see the light at the end of the tunnel, but we want to make sure that this is a safe event and that we can continue to do this in the fall. So there's a lot more information on our website. If you go to hmbcity.com/community recycling day, we also have a QR code on the screen. If you scan it with your phone, it should be able to bring up that link. And there's a couple more QR codes in my section of the presentation. So have your phones ready if you want to be able to route yourself very quickly to some of these websites. The next event that we have in our Earth Month is dedicated to our residents and our residential community, rather. And it's something that we've been asked over and over again to provide. So we're really happy to be able to provide a What Goes Where solid waste sorting workshop. This will be held on April 29th, also via Zoom at 6 p.m. And we're really excited to announce that we will have live Spanish translation available. And we are using someone that is local, that is in the industry. So we're really excited about being able to offer some of this information in Spanish. And we know that our Spanish speaking population is really interested in knowing how to sort the materials properly. So again, it's a free workshop. It's online. We will record it and put it online as well after the presentation. But if you're available and you have questions, we welcome you to come. Very similar to the business workshop, we'll have a short presentation up front, and then we'll save a bunch of time for Q&A. And we welcome you to bring your hardest questions. We encourage you to come try and stump us, and obviously Republic Services will be there as well. And if you stay with us to the end, you might walk away not only with answers, but maybe a $50 gift card to some local businesses to help support our local economy. So again, the Zoom link will be posted at hmbcity.com/sustainability events. We welcome you to join us or to view the recording afterwards if you are not available at that day and time. Another really exciting activity that we have coming this month is our High School Earth Day essay contest. And so with the generous sponsors from Republic Services and Peninsula Clean Energy, we are able to offer 2 $1,000 scholarships to a junior or senior in high school. And so this is open to people that, to juniors or seniors that are enrolled in Half Moon Bay High, Pilarcitos High, or even if you reside in Half Moon Bay and perhaps go to a private school over the hill or are homeschooled. So we encourage you to go ahead and do a little bit of research on our prompt this year, which is what can you do to inspire community change to reduce greenhouse gas emissions within the city of Half Moon Bay, keeping in line with the city's ongoing efforts to adopt our first climate action and adaptation plan. So there's a lot of information, a lot of resources to help you work through this prompt, give you some ideas of where you can go with this. But we really encourage anyone that's interested in potentially getting one of these scholarships to submit your application, which you can download on the website, a personal statement, which just gives us a little bit more context about you, why you're interested in the scholarship, why you like sustainability, and then of course an essay responding to the prompt. And all submissions are required are required to be submitted electronically to sustainability@hmbcity.com by 11:59 on Friday, May 28th. So you have a full 2 months to do this. We'll be coming back to remind folks and encourage folks again to apply to this essay contest. But we hope to get a lot of really great submissions, and we plan to announce the winner at a city council meeting in June. And then the last update that I have tonight is just a reminder that we do have our recycling center pilot program still operating in the parking lot behind the CVS Center in the Strawflower Village. These operating hours remain Sundays and Mondays from 7 to 4, with the lunch hour from 12 to 1, and half days on Tuesdays. Something that I did want to just emphasize in this presentation that I haven't done in the past is that because this is a pilot program, this particular center does have what we call daily load limits, or maximum amount of material that you can redeem at any given time. And we recognize that these limits are restrictive. And I know that I've gotten some feedback that we've had some customers that have shown up at the recycling center and that are very frustrated because they have truckloads of material that they're looking to redeem, and they can't do that at this location because of the limits. And I just wanted to reassure the community that we are aware of this concern. I am in contact with the state. Our whole pilot team is in contact with the state to ask them to revise their mandates to allow us to increase these daily load limits. But until their policy branch, is able to make some adjustments for us, we as a state funded program are not able to go beyond the limits that are currently on the screen. And we do have to be very strict about this. So I still encourage everyone to use this pilot program. It's here until June 2022 at least, but please just be mindful that we do have some daily load limits in place. And if we are able to adjust these limits and increase them, which I hope we will, we'll definitely put that in the e-news in our sustainability source, which is our sustainability newsletter, and we'll also update the information on our website. And again, that link's at the bottom of your page, hmbcity.com/recycling center. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and pass it off to Jill.
Thank you, Jennifer. Good evening, Mayor Brownstone and Council. Nice to see you all. This is your final update tonight. It's about another community meeting next week, April 14th, initiating outreach for the Cycle 6 housing element update. This meeting is offered countywide with a coast-side and small town focus. We thought it would be helpful to take a minute and explain how this will work. Next slide, please. For background, the city is working with the San Mateo County 21 Elements Initiative, which includes all 20 cities and San Mateo County, and provides technical and other support as we all update our housing elements. The 21 Elements collection of jurisdictions is supported by consultants who specialize in housing, including land use planning, economic considerations, and policy. Economies of scale are gained for the matters that are common to all of the jurisdictions, but it's very important to note that they also work with each jurisdiction individually to evaluate scenarios and help us draft our housing elements. The city's financial contribution to 21 Elements Initiative is covered wholly by a grant from the State Department of Housing and Community Development. Next slide, please. Let's Talk Housing is 21 Elements engagement platform that will support all the jurisdictions in reaching out to our communities. You've likely seen this graphic, including in the city's e-news. There's a link to register for this event, and we are building up a page on the city's website under the community development planning page, where we will provide all communication materials and reports for the housing element update. Next slide. Now for the details, the first step, this is a first step meeting. It will be April 14th, Wednesday, 1 week from tomorrow, from 6 o'clock to 7:30 p.m. It's the fourth of 4 somewhat similar sessions, with each featuring a set of cities where an attempt was made to group us according to some commonalities. Our session, Coastal and Small Town, includes Daly City, Pacifica, and unincorporated San Mateo County, which gets at coastal. Small town ads included Atherton and Woodside. Clearly, despite some similarities, there are a lot of differences, which is why there will be breakout sessions for each jurisdiction. Half Moon Bays will be hosted by city staff, including our associate planners, Scott Phillips and Brittany Cozzolino, as well as myself. We will be prepared to offer an inclusive and informative session consistent with our approach to engagement in planning matters, and Spanish interpretation will be provided. And the last slide. Finally, Let's Talk Housing will also offer opportunities for folks throughout the county to learn more about housing and housing elements. A case in point is they will present a session about the regional housing needs allocation in 2 weeks. We will keep the city's website up to date with these events and maintain links to the 21 elements and Let's Talk Housing online resources. Staff is looking forward to seeing Half Moon Bay community members next week. Please register, and thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, that concludes city manager updates.
Great. Well, thank you everyone for those updates. Very informative. Appreciate it. And great work. We are now going to move to the consent calendar. We have 4 items. Are there any other items that council member would like to pull? No? Okay. Can I have a motion, please, for the consent calendar?
I'll move.
Thank you, Councilmember Penrose.
I move that we waive the reading of resolutions and ordinances. 1B, that we receive and file position letters for AB 962, AB 1276, SB 555, and SB 591. I move that we, 1C, adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute a First Amendment to the professional services agreement with Wood Consulting Services for economic recovery plan services, extending the term to September 30, 2021, and increasing the not to exceed amount to $90,000. I move that City Council of 1D affirm the revised number and general composition of the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee. 2, direct staff to make necessary changes to the bylaws of the committee and return to City Council for formal adoption. And 3, direct the city clerk to publish a notice of vacancies and solicit willing to serve forms.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
Can we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Penrose,
Yes.
Councilmember Rohrback,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Reddick,
Yes.
Mayor Brownstone.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Mr. Mayor, could we have a short break?
Do you want it now? Sure. It's gonna wait till 9, but yeah, great. Why don't we have a 10-minute break enough? 10 minutes? Okay, we'll resume at 8:50. Thank you, everybody. We have no ordinances in public hearings, so we're going to move on to resolutions and staff reports. Our first item is informational presentation and options for forming a redistricting commission following release of the 2020 census information. And we'll start out with a staff report.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we waive the reading of resolutions and ordinances. 1B, that we receive and file position letters for AB 962, AB 1276, SB 555, and SB 591.
Thank you, Mayor Brownstone. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Tonight's item is a process discussion for the upcoming post-census redistricting. As you recall, in 2018, the city transitioned to a district-based elections model following a threat of litigation of the city's at-large elections model under the California Voting Rights Act. And law requires that every 10 years following the release of census data, that jurisdictions operating under a district-based model redraw their maps. And so that data is due to come out at the end of September of this year. And so tonight we will be discussing which process we should use as we head into that. And so we have Douglas Johnson and Kristen Parks from National Demographics Corporation, which are the city's demographers that we used in 2018 and will use again this year. And Doug will go over the various options, and then we're happy to take any questions from council and proceed with discussion. Doug?
So thank you, and good to see all of you again. Happy to be with you once more and looking forward to working with you on this, hopefully again, interesting project. In terms of commissions, you really have, well, in terms of the approach to the project as a whole, you have 4 options. One is just, and this is what most cities do, is just the council manages the project, just like you did before. You do outreach, get the community involved, and the plans come to the council for discussion and a decision. Then the simplest commission option is just a standard advisory commission. The council appoints an advisory commission, commission holds a hearing or multiple hearings, reports back to council, and then council holds its own hearings and makes a final decision. That one's pretty flexible. You can appoint whomever you want. You can put any restrictions or guidance that you want to give them, just like any advisory commission. And there are no special rules for how they have to draw the maps. They would have the same rules that the council would have if the council directly managed the process. The last 2 items or options are, number 1, what's called a hybrid commission, which is a little bit of an odd duck. In it, the council would form an independent commission, but the commission would draw 2 maps they would send back to council, and council would have the option of choosing one or the other. The council couldn't amend any of them, it would have to just choose one. I don't foresee many jurisdictions, if any, using a hybrid system this time around. But there is a lot more interest this time around in independent commissions. And this is gaining popularity in part because a new state law gave cities the power to create independent commissions. Previously, you had to be a charter city and put it into your charter to give the power of redistricting to a commission that didn't come back to council. And it comes with a lot of rules. So as we'll talk about through this process, there are new rules for how the lines have to be drawn. The Fair Maps Act sets much stricter criteria than we had last time. And what the Fair Maps Act does is it doesn't ban consideration of where council members and candidates live, but it doesn't include them in the list of priorities. So only once you address the Fair Maps Act rules can you then take any consideration of where council members live. If you have an independent commission, they get one more criterion, which is they cannot consider where council members or candidates live. It cannot be a factor in how lines are drawn at all. The other piece of independent commissions is the state law takes the state redistricting commission as a model and has a whole list of, a very extensive list of restrictions on who can serve on the commission and what they can do in the city after they've served in the commission. So we can go through those if you want, but it's things like cannot have donated certain amounts of money to candidates, can't have served on campaigns, and then once they serve on the commission, they can't be appointed to a position or run for city council. Just to very briefly summarize what is a giant list. So again, you've got the 4 options: council run process, an advisory commission, a hybrid commission, or an independent commission. And one thing I will add, just our advice having been through hundreds of redistricting projects, is for small towns, we actually do have concerns about the independent commission. And we define small towns in this way for this advice, which is if everyone in town knows where a council member lives, then it's almost impossible to defend your map, because you would have to prove that even though you know where a council member or candidate lives, you didn't consider that in choosing a map. So we actually worked with Common Cause on writing the law that created this and urged them not to put that restriction in for exactly this reason. But it is a big problem. And so one thing, we do have a couple of cities looking at this option, and Menlo Park to some degree followed this approach. Pasadena Unified also did it, of creating an advisory commission, which yes, reports back to council, but nothing prevents council from saying that you're going to just take the advisory commission's map, or doing so once you get it. So that is a way around this potential challenge, because any map drawn by an independent commission can be challenged by anyone who preferred a different map on the basis that they can allege someone took into account knowing where a council member lives. So we are always happy to work with every kind of commission or directly with the council. We'll add, if the council directs a process, it does not mean the community is not involved. As you'll remember last time, we have lots of mapping tools. We really, we often say our mapping tools make every resident of the city a commissioner, because anyone can draw a map. You don't have to be on the commission. But there are these new options for the council to consider, and that's a quick introduction to them. And I'm happy to answer any questions you might have about it.
Thanks, Doug. And if I could add as well, speaking of the public outreach, our intention is, regardless of which method that we use for this year's process, we will have a very robust public outreach program. We'll utilize our social media channels, which we did not have in 2018. We'll utilize our e-news that goes out weekly. We'll make sure that we host some mapping workshops for the public and make sure that any participants from the public who do want to participate have all the information that they need to draw their maps. So, and staff's recommendation would be to utilize the same process as last time, which is a city council led process, but we are happy to go with whichever direction the city council provides.
Great. Well, first of all, thank you. First of all, welcome, Douglas. Kristen, appreciate it. And thank you for being here. Some complexity to this, as you just described. Before we move, Catherine, let me just check. Before we move to public forum, I just thought I might want to see if council has any initial questions, since this is a particularly complex issue here of Douglas, and then I'll move into the public forum. So any some clarifying questions around some of the things Douglas just reviewed?
Yeah, I'd like to know, like, who seems to be using these independent commissions? Like, do we have like a list of the cities who are using them?
Yes. So in terms of using independent commissions, it is generally larger cities. Oakland just moved to an independent commission. Trying to think, Santa Barbara is doing one as part of a legal settlement. They agreed to move to a commission. Long Beach is doing commission. Berkeley just went to a commission approach. Historically, they've been very limited because, as I mentioned, they had to be in the charter. So like we helped Modesto write a charter provision creating their commission. Pasadena has an advisory commission, and we helped write the charter provisions for Pasadena Unified to go to the commission. So it is those like larger cities, larger jurisdictions. We're seeing a number of counties now start to use the new law as an opening as well. I guess the smallest one I know of is probably Menlo Park. They used a commission. It was an advisory commission. Their report, they actually sent 2 maps. They were asked to send 2 maps to the council. But they did what I think every commission structured as a hybrid commission probably does, which is they sent 1 map saying, here's the map we approve. And they sent a second map saying, here's the second map we're sending because you made us send you one. and the council listened to them and adopted their recommended map unanimously without any changes. So that's an example of an advisory commission can be very influential and get the council just to approve their map.
Harvey.
I'm sure you're aware of the lawsuit between the city of Santa Monica that's now going to go up to the California Supreme Court. What happens if the Supreme Court rules that Santa Monica did not have to do district elections? How would that affect us?
It would entirely depend on the reasoning that the court gives. So if it's specific to Santa Monica, if it's procedural, or if it rewrites the California Voting Rights Act. And as one person I talked to pointed out, I hadn't even thought of this, but if they largely undermine the California Voting Rights Act, the likelihood is the legislature would just write a new version of it. So we'll have to wait and see what happens. There's also a battle at the Santa Monica City Council. As you may know, they had their first 3 incumbents defeated in decades. And there's now a fierce battle going on about possibly settling the case even before the court rules. So it could offer some hope to cities that had to switch. It might not. There's no way to know until that occurs.
Thank you.
Councilmember Penrose. You're on mute, Councilmember.
With the new rules that have come down with the redistricting, if they had been applied during our last redistricting, would it have changed anything?
It certainly would have changed the discussion and the record that was created. Now there's much more emphasis on neighborhoods and communities of interest, and needing to establish that and establish that record and cite it. You know, would that have led to different maps? It's almost impossible to predict, you know, to say in retrospect. I mean, looking at the map for the city, you know, other than where they all the districts come together, the map actually makes a lot of sense. You know, it's Highway 1, east and west of Highway 1. One of the things the law does is it does give this added emphasis to neighborhoods and communities of interest, but population balancing is still number 1. So except in a very few, very lucky places where the population numbers just happen to fall out perfectly, there's still likely to be one neighborhood that's where the districts come together and where they have to be population balanced. So it may have ended up with a different map. It may have ended up with the same map. There's no way to say for sure.
Thank you.
Let's see, no one else is raising their hand. I had a couple of quick questions. Can you just briefly describe the process for selecting advisory committee members that you've seen work best in a nice small town like ours?
Sure. For advisory committee members, you can do it however you want. The only requirement is that none of the council members can sit on the advisory committee. So if you followed the county's process when they switched to district elections, 2 of the supervisors were on the advisory committee, and then they had a bunch of community members with them. They can't do that this time around. Right. So it does have to be 5 residents and no family members of elected officials, but pretty much anyone else can serve. Right. So it's pretty flexible.
And you said 5 residents. Five residents is the number of folks who would typically be on an advisory.
Typically, yes. There's no requirement there'd be 5, but that would be.
Oh, typical. Okay. Okay. So it could be less, could be more, or whatever.
Sure.
The other question, I just wanted to be sure I got this right. You said you recommended against an independent commission because in a town that's small, each commission member would have to prove that they didn't know where council members lived. Is that Was I hearing that right?
Well, they cannot consider where council members live or potential candidates live when adopting a map. It's actually illegal to consider that. So how do you prove that you didn't consider it if you know where everyone lives? It's really hard to make that defense. It's not impossible, but it's really hard. So in large jurisdictions, we just, like in Berkeley, we just say we won't have the addresses and we don't give them anyone. The odds that the council members know, or I'm sorry, the odds that commissioners know where a council member lives is really low. In a place like Half Moon Bay, you guys know even better than I how many of your neighbors know that you're on the council and how many residents know where you live. So it makes it very, very challenging. And it just sets up a very difficult bar for defending a map. Not impossible, but very difficult.
So someone could just easily protest a map saying, well, you knew so-and-so was living here.
Right. If a map moved around a council member's house, even if it moved for a community of interest reason, you'd end up in court. Both the city would be saying the commission said they moved it because of this community of interest. The plaintiff would be saying that's what they said, but that's not really why. The person who said it gave this amount of money, or whatever. So it's not an impossible bar, but it's a very, very difficult bar, and it sets you up to a really easy legal challenge.
Well, I'm a little disappointed to hear that because I was thinking, oh, well, that's a great solution. They'll make recommendations. We have to follow it. There's no, it's felt very independent, but now that you've brought in a whole nuance that I don't think we got to do without. Okay, great. So are we ready to open up for public forum, council members? No more questions? Okay, let's open up public forum for comments. Each person who raises their hand, the public forum will have 3 minutes.
Thank you. First, we have David Ablobi. David, you have 3 minutes.
Hey there. I actually wasn't going to speak today, but the consultant just raised something that I want to ask a question to. I know he can't answer a question specifically, but perhaps one of you can follow up. So as far as an independent commission is concerned, it's open to challenge if the commission knew where city council members live. Then can you address, please, if the city council members pick the districts themselves, would that not be open to a much greater and more significant challenge? I can't fathom how random people, or not random people, but independent people choosing a district is a higher risk for the city from a litigation front than the city council members picking the district or identifying the districts themselves. That's all I've got. Thanks so much.
Thank you, David. Oops. Corinna Leibowitz. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Karina Leibowitz, go ahead.
3 minutes, please.
Hi, everyone. I just have a quick question. And so I think it's an interesting concept, this idea of considering where existing council members live when doing redistricting that is sort of really meant fundamentally to reflect the makeup of the community. And so I just wondered if we could get a little bit more information around some of the pros and cons that you guys would consider in, whether that's even something that's on the table when we think about redistricting. And I'd just be curious to learn sort of what would you consider to be why we would factor that in, or why we would not include it. Thank you. That's all.
Thanks, Corinna. Any other comments from?
I have no other hands raised, Mayor.
All right, we'll close the public forum on this. Douglas, would you like to, 2 questions there, so I'd be interested in your input, and then we can.
Sure. Yeah, no, the first question is a great question, and that's exactly, at the nut of this whole question. So where this weird situation comes from is that it's weird for a resident group to be able to adopt an ordinance independent of council. So the state had to pass this special law that empowered the creation of independent commissions and letting them essentially adopt an ordinance without sending it to council for a vote. And so the state did that. But when it did it, they added this extra criterion, which is they said, if you give this commission the power to adopt the ordinance, that the commission has to follow all the rules the city council does, and one more, which is that commission by law cannot consider where incumbents, or it actually says cannot favor incumbents or candidates, but essentially you cannot consider it. So that's what sets up this weird situation where it's illegal for the, clearly illegal for the independent commission to factor in where incumbents or challengers live, but the council or an advisory commission does not face that legal challenge. It's where the incumbents and the challengers live is not in the list of priorities, or I'm sorry, of criteria, but the state list also says what's banned from consideration, and that's political party considerations. It does not ban the consideration of where council members are unless you're an independent commission. It's a bizarre provision. When we talked to Common Cause as they wrote it, I said that's going to prevent, 40 or 50 cities that otherwise would use independent commissions from using independent commissions. But on principle, they really wanted that rule in there, and that's what has set this odd situation up for small and medium small cities.
Right. Well, it sounds like a valiant attempt to preserve that sense of independence as much as possible. Mm-hmm. But when you get into the advisory committee, it's basically saying, well, no, we give up there because people will know each other and can appoint their buddies or whatever and try and keep it as clean as possible. But okay, got it. Any other?
Mr. Mayor, I think there was the second question
from
Karina, and I'll try to paraphrase it. As I understood her question, it was kind of like, what criteria does the law require us to use? And so maybe Doug could give just a little bit more summary. You touched on it, but maybe you could give a little more detail on the criteria that either the council or an advisory commission are supposed to use and how that works. And if Karina, I didn't get that right, please raise your hand again.
So yes, for both groups, the criteria, first of all, come the federal requirements. So you have to have an equal number of people in each district within a very small margin that's very strict. And in a small town, that leads to some tough decisions because moving one city block can throw the whole map out of population balance. We also have to comply with the Federal Voting Rights Act and federal bars on race being the predominant factor. Race can be something we consider, but it can't be the predominant factor. So those are federal rules. They're the same as they were the first time we went through this process. The new state criteria are, first of all, contiguous. All parts of each district need to touch each other. Then communities of interest in neighborhoods. So we'll identify neighborhoods in the city and other communities of interest as now defined under the law. The law actually wrote a definition of communities of interest into it. So that's the first consideration after contiguity. Then we have to follow visible borders and try to follow the freeway, other things that make it easy for residents to understand where the boundaries are and to tell each other where the boundaries are. And then once we met all those, we have to try to be compact, which the law defines as not bypassing one group of people to get to another group of people. So it is now written into the criteria, but it's the last of the state drawn criteria. And then there's a prohibition, as I mentioned. In addition to those things you have to do, you are prohibited from considering or benefiting one party or another based on partisan data. So things that aren't in that list include, as we mentioned, where the current council members live. And that comes up both for obvious reasons, but also because as we talked about a little bit last time, we want the voters to be able to decide which council members have earned re-election. And if there's a council member whose current term ends in 2022, who ends up in a 2024 seat, then that council member is leaving the council at the end of their current term. they can't run for reelection. They just leave the council, and then they would have to wait 2 years and run again as outsider. So that's the just taking what she mentioned about the pros and cons. Not arguing for considering that, but that's the reason why sometimes that does get considered. The other one that's new, because this is specific to redistricting, is we try to avoid shifting voters from one election year to another. So you had 2 districts that elected in 2020 and 2 districts that didn't. Those people who didn't get to vote in 2020 are expecting to vote in 2022. And normally we would try to minimize moving any of them to 2024 seats, but almost inevitably some of them will. So you will have residents who did not vote in 2020 and who will not vote in 2022. It's just a natural result of the redistricting cycle. So historically, we would always try to minimize that. But now, again, it's not on the list of criteria. So it's only something we can consider after we've addressed all those mandatory criteria. As Ms. Blair will learn, this is one of the clerk's dreads, is the resident who calls up in 2022 and says, wait, I didn't get to vote last time. Why don't I get to vote this time? And sure enough, they voted in 2018 and then they'll vote again in 2024. So you see that a lot in state Senate debates. So we try to minimize that. But again, we're doing that outside of the list of criteria or after the list of criteria addressed. So in terms of pros and cons, those are some pros and cons for those items. And then, there is a very good argument for districts are to represent people. We shouldn't be looking at where incumbents live. It's a very commonly made argument. I definitely understand and sympathize with it. And that's what led to that requirement being written for independent commissions and written into their rules. It's something a council can choose to do, or an advisory commission can choose to ignore where the council members and the incumbents live, but they can't be sued for failing to do so. Whereas a independent commission can be sued for failing to do that.
Right. Thank you. So how about if we just open this up for council conversation? Councilmember Penrose.
Now, I must say that I was very pleased with the way the redistricting efforts went last time. I thought we did a really good job. I thought staff really helped us, and so did Douglas and Kristen help us get there. I have to say that I am very much against an independent commission, but in favor of an advisory board. I like the idea of keeping the advisory board fairly small. I don't know if it has to be as few people as 5. I don't feel strongly about that. But I like the idea of an advisory board. And I also like us to keep in mind that with redistricting, we will lose the feeling that each person who votes in Half Moon Bay is electing our city council. They won't be. They'll be electing one person unless we also go to an elected mayor. So I'd like to keep that in mind. I know that's not part of this discussion, but it's important to me when I think about the process and how it's going to work and the effect that it's going to have on our city. I think it's going to be critical that we have at least one person elected from the entire city of Half Moon Bay to represent everyone's interests, so that we do not become a city divided into 5 for however many districts with competing interests and different ideas of what needs to be done in our city. So that's kind of where I'm coming down.
Thank you. Councilmember Rohrbeck.
I'd like to follow up on what Deborah just said. There's nothing in the law that either prohibits or encourages an at-large mayor. Is that correct?
Correct. An at-large mayor is allowed. The process of getting there, there's some rules about going to the voters. Yeah.
Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, so the law allows you to, well, there's two pieces. The main law in California statute anticipates that the question of going to districts or anything related to that would be put to the voters for approval. They made a carve out for the California Voting Rights Act. So if a city is making a change to comply with the California Voting Rights Act, then you don't have to put it to the voters. The council can do that by ordinance. Stepping back to go from 5 seats to 4 seats with an at-large mayor, if you want to do that by ordinance, it would also have to be to fulfill the purposes of the California Voting Rights Act. If you wanted to do it because you thought it was neutral on the California Voting Rights Act, then you'd have to put it to the voters for approval. So there are some complications in how you get there.
Just as a reminder, our current model is 4 districts and an at-large elected.
Oh, right. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So thank you. I was thinking you were trying to get back to that.
No.
No, you're right. There is no problem with having that large. Back when you first made the choice, there was some question. You may remember discussion about a couple of cities have been challenged, and the state legislature did pass a statute making clear an at-large mayor with 4 council members is perfectly fine. So thank you for that reminder.
Are you done, Councilmember Arbeck?
Well, no, not quite. I am sort of passionate about the fact that we should not have people not able to vote over a 4-year period. You know, anything we can do to not disenfranchise voters who already feel left out would be a good thing. So that's my 2 cents.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Meadows.
One thing for sure, we need to actually educate our community more about what redistricting is, or district elections. This last election, a lot of our community members were actually confused, you know, when it came to voting. And I mean, I think now that we're gonna be doing the redistricting, you know, there's gonna be more people involved, and that's one thing I probably will ask to educate, to have more presentations about what this is, what this means. Like Councilmember Reback said, I don't think it'd be okay for people to go without voting for, you know, for a long period of time. If last time they voted was in 2018, and then they get to vote again in 2024, and that's a long time. But I think, you know, the education, you know, of our community and the participation of our community, following what Councilmember Penrose said about having an advisory board from our community that could look into what's going to happen about the new districts, or are we going to stay the same? But I think the education and the participation of our community is something that I'm actually looking forward to. When I first learned about, you know, Half Moon Bay was going to be, you know, actually Half Moon Bay was asked to do a district election, I brought it up to members of our community, the Spanish-speaking community, and they did not understand the reason why. They were a bit confused. As you know, maybe some of the districting of the Half Moon Bay was to get some of our Latino community involved during the elections. But, you know, being the first Latino to run in Half Moon Bay, at first, you know, I saw it was a disadvantage. You know, the district that I was running for, District 3, we had a 20% Latino population. So that's where a lot of that confusion came from. But now, I realize that that does not affect, the election. I think it's, the candidate, the campaign, not necessarily, your background or your heritage, that should make a big difference in the election. But it's about, or about our community. So, so I do think, that having an advice board, is of interest for community. If we're gonna go to redistrict, or districts, to get more involvement. I think more people are gonna be involved. I don't think, the independent commission, will be on favor of our community. We are too small of a community. If you ask me even to have districts, we are a small community. Um, I will actually, I'm gonna let you know, I would rather have, after I learn what the district would do, districting half of me would do for community, I would have it rather be more for a large election, for our city council. Like I said, being a small community. But like, having an advice board, I will support that. And, and educating our community of what does this mean? And the advantages or disadvantages, or the different options, will also be a benefit. So.
Thank you. Councilmember Jimenez, I completely agree with you that we cannot over communicate on this, because basically we're being forced to take this round peg of a lawsuit and force it into a square reality of our small town in terms of whether districting makes sense. And the last election, you're right, there's people who up to election day had no idea that they were limited to voting in one district. Even though we thought we communicated on it, it just really wasn't enough. So I agree with that. I wasn't here when that first redistricting took place. After the fact, I didn't have any problems with it. It looked like a pretty good map. There may be some members of the community who had some issues, but and having an advisory committee of a few people works. Again, I don't think an advisory committee necessarily does a lot of the communication out. I think we still would be having resources where we get community input, and then the advisory committee, could take that information to make their decisions about maps. I think it would up to us and staff to make sure that there's that communication that Councilmember Jimenez is talking about. I just don't know whether or not really the advisory committee makes a difference on that as much as taking in community input and working with our consultants that we have here tonight, to look at those maps and make a recommendation. Yeah, so that's where I am on that. Does anyone want to entertain a motion? Oh, Councilmember Rowe.
Yeah, I'd like to, I'm not ready to make a motion, but I'd like a chance to talk.
Yeah.
So I actually like the idea of the advisory committee. But I don't want them to just be like the only piece in charge of like developing the maps. So I still want a robust community outreach effort, the communicating about what redistricting is and all that stuff, but have workshops, give anybody who wants to, try creating a map to be able to do that. And so maybe part of the function of the advisory committee is not just, looking at developing their own maps, but looking at the maps that other people in the community produce. So their review is greater than just what they're making, in their advisory committee. So I'm not seeing it as just this, okay, 7 people, 5 people, whatever, you go off and come back with some maps. I want them to be part of the process, but since we're only going to be doing this every 10 years, people should be interested in this and participate, right? Not just 5 or 7 people plus the council, but whoever wants to in the public. I say open it up. And then let the advisory committee, look at all the work that's produced. And of course, people are going to have the same criteria to work by. And that's going to be, tough. I don't think we're going to come up with radically different maps, right? The population hasn't grown that much, and then we have all these new constraints. So it's not going to be like an easy job, I don't think. Right. So you want the advisory committee who's focused on it, but you want other people to have an opportunity to engage. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, that sounds great.
Mayor Brownstone, if I may, I am hearing consensus that the council would like to move forward with an advisory commission.
Yes.
And so there are a few factors that staff would need direction on, so we can come back with the formation of that commission. And that would be how many residents should be on the commission, whether the council would want any additional local requirements to serve on the commission, the selection process, the role of the commission. And what we would do is then return with an item establishing that commission and then open up the candidacy period to accept applicants. And then
right.
Staff suggestion would be to hold a special meeting then where the city council would interview the applicants and make their selections based on that. But in order to come back with the formation of the commission, we would need some direction on those items I mentioned.
Right. And do we need all, do we need all that direction this evening?
Time-wise, it would probably be helpful, but if you wanted us to come back on the 4th to then discuss all of those factors, we could do that. But looking at the process, we're going to want to get the commission established as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I just don't know. I mean, I'm interested in suggestions that would make this, that for the sake of the public, whatever criteria we have, the public will feel that it is a credible, nonpartisan, to whatever extent it could be independent without calling it that.
Right. Doug, do you have any suggestions based on other advisory commissions that would meet that goal?
Sure. Well, a couple of suggestions. First, on size, keep in mind that while the commission can do a ton of outreach and education while we wait for the census data, once the data arrives, this is going to be a crazy sprint. So think about that. It may a committee that was 9 or 11 would have a lot of challenges for scheduling given the time available. So keep that in mind as you think about the size of the commission, that they're going to have to meet a lot in a very compressed period of time. So this smaller is better from that perspective.
Say 5.
Yeah.
Yep.
Why not just 5?
If I can interrupt, I just want to make it clear that Jessica said she heard consensus. I'm not in favor of having that. I think the outreach that was done 3 years ago was sensible. I think the public that was interested enough to help with the maps, the tools that were available, all that made sense. And it just seems, from my perspective, that this commission is a lot of work that's not going to really end up doing anything that's going to make a difference in terms of the Voting Rights Act. So don't count me in with this consensus. I would prefer that we do the kind of outreach and have the council make the final maps.
So to make sure I understand you, Councilmember Arbeck, do outreach, but no advisory committee. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. I'm asking that because earlier on I thought you said you or agreeing with Councilmember Penrose. I wasn't quite sure. Want to make sure I got it right now. Okay.
Yeah. And Mayor, in terms of advice on how to actually name them, you know, it seems like every well-intentioned rule for who should be on the commission tends to backfire. You know, you saw this at the state commission where they randomly drew the members and they ended up with the first pool was all white. We're actually working with Santa Barbara County where the same thing happened. They created a fairly diverse pool, and when they drew 5 names, it was all white. So I think, you know, our suggestion, and there are lots of ways you can do it. We can give you a kind of list, but our suggestion is really that, you know, you have 5 council members that kind of know this issue, know what people are looking for. You have a extremely involved community that's going to watch closely. I would kind of trust the council's judgment. I would suggest, however, that the council, if you end up doing something like each council member names one, each person throw a name in, but vote on them as a group of 5, because you do want to have a representative body, and you don't want council members putting in names and thinking someone else will nominate someone from, you know, the north, or someone else will nominate someone from the coast, or someone of a different ethnicity or anything like that. So it's best to have all 5 names there and vote on them as a group. But it could certainly be that each council member tosses one name into that pool before that vote. And then you can see who's in there and see if it makes sense. But in terms of rules, yeah, there's all kinds of stuff you could pull for the independent commission, but most of it just ends up making it complicated and hard to administer without adding a lot to the process.
There still would be an application process, no?
Oh, yes. Yes, it does have to be open to, you have to have an open application process where anyone eligible could apply if they choose to. Yeah, you can't just say, I'm naming this person.
Yeah, you want to make sure that the group represents the community. Yeah.
And can it be someone who already, let's say, sits on a existing commission or committee, but you just feel would be really good at this? Or
for an advisory commission, yes.
Okay. Okay. Any other, you're on a good roll here, Douglas. Any other good criteria?
Yeah, I was just pulling up the language here, and the only rule is, so no elected official from the council, no family member, staff member, or paid campaign staff. So that's all that, and that's it, and that's in the statute. From there, it's kind of your judgment.
Okay. So first, it sounds like we don't have full consensus. So does anyone have a motion to make then on regarding an advisory committee? Councilmember Penrose, if you could unmute too, please.
I move that we go ahead with the redistricting using critical and lots of public outreach, allow community members to have input by way of drawing maps and other input. In addition to that, the use of an advisory committee who will be chosen by council after an application period from among people that apply.
And just to check with Douglas, is it better to use the word advisory council or committee? Does it matter? Just so it's clear.
I don't think it matters.
Good. Just checking.
Jessica,
just
yeah,
checking based on everything you said. Good. Okay.
Do you want to specify the number in the motion?
Well, I didn't know if we do that and then give you direction. That's what I wanted to check.
My sense about that is it might depend on the number of applicants that we get, and that if we get 5 applicants and we've decided on a committee of 5, and the 5 of us don't like 2 of the applicants or don't think they'd be good on the committee, then we're stuck with a number. I would rather leave the number fluid, knowing that most of us would like to see it small until we see who we get to apply.
And I just want to really get this motion then totally outlined. I like the idea of each council member nominating one person, or versus. Well, let's see this. So it's
Mr. Mayor, if I
applicant
could make a
versus nominating.
suggestion.
Yeah, go ahead.
Councilmember Penrose has made a motion. I think before the council properly deliberates on that motion, you should see if there's a second or not.
Right. Can you repeat that motion just so we make sure everyone's got it?
Yes, I would like to see the council go ahead and approve a redistricting method that would consist of community outreach of an extensive nature and an application process whereby interested citizens could apply to be part of an advisory council to the redistricting and ask that advisory council to recommend a way to redistrict the city. Is that enough?
I think that's enough. So that would be asking for applicants, not council members nominating people, correct?
No, it's asking them to fill out applications. It's not saying anything about choosing the applicants.
Okay, got it. Got it. 100% got it. Okay, got a second?
I second.
Okay. We have a roll call vote.
Councilmember Penrose,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Rohrbach,
No.
Vice Mayor Reddick,
Yes.
Mayor Brownstone.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay. I think we're done.
Did you want to provide any direction on the commission itself tonight, or we'll just come back on the 4th and have that discussion then, or on the 20th, I'm sorry.
What more direction are you looking for?
Oh, we did say we'll wait to see how many applicants we get for the number. So were there any additional requirements or anything that?
No, I think we've just communicated out and encouraged people to apply, and hopefully we get a good number of applicants.
Okay.
What other information do you need, Jessica?
Just
go ahead, Doug.
I was just going to does the council want to review the application, or are you comfortable with just staff putting that out? We can get you some applications from other jurisdictions, so you're not drawing it from scratch. But
I would trust staff to put it out.
And then I'm assuming we will decide whether or not, an interviewing process or not to get more information from the applicants who we have.
Yeah, I'll put together some staff recommendations with the formation of the commission item, and then we can go from there.
Okay.
That'll work.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, one of the things that I think would be great would be for the high school students to make a project out of this. What a great civics lesson, since they never have civics taught in high schools anymore. And have the council at least take a look at what they come up with. Just as we would take a look at whatever comes up through the website survey or our community meeting. Just an idea, thought.
Yeah, we can certainly reach out to, we have a relationship with the government social studies department there at the high school. We can reach out to them about potentially making it a part of their coursework in the fall. or a extra credit project or something like that. So
I love that.
I'll work on
We also have a youth leadership institute that's very active in the high
Mhm.
school. So it'd be great to get them involved as well. Okay. I think we can move on to the next, unless I'm missing something, I think we could move on to 3B.
Yes. Thanks, Doug and Kristen.
Yeah, I really appreciate that. Great
My
input.
pleasure.
Okay. 3B, adoption of the 2021 legislative platform. And we have a staff report.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Council members. Tonight's item is discussion and adoption of the draft legislative platform for 2021, as well as a legislative update from Townsend Public Affairs, Andres Ramirez, our consultant. So in March, the legislative subcommittee, which consists of Vice Mayor Reddick and Councilmember Rohrback, met, and we went over the 2019 legislative platform as well as our assumed platform for last year and put together the draft platform that's attached to your staff report. And Jonathan Roisman, our deputy city clerk, will go over the main topic areas. And after adoption of that legislative platform, Andres will give an update on the legislative session up in the Capitol. And you'll notice too as well that some letters have already been sent out for some of the bills, and those were on the consent calendar that you adopted tonight. And we will continue to do that as position letters are sent out. We'll put them on the next consent calendar agenda for the council and public to be aware of. So Jonathan, do you want to go over the platform topics?
Sure. Thanks, Jessica. Let me just share my screen. There we go. Can everyone see my screen? Okay. So the City Council Legislative Affairs Subcommittee proposed a legislative platform at the March meeting with 8 specific policy priorities, and I'll just give a brief rundown of each of those priorities. The first one was environmental sustainability and resilience, and that included things such as protecting against sea level rise and preserving open space and reducing greenhouse gas emissions. The second priority was housing, and that includes supporting legislation that protects tenants and small property owners impacted by COVID-19, and continuing to fund innovative programs to prevent displacement and address hazardous housing conditions on the coast side. Addressing homelessness, this has been a continuing topic, and this is, to support legislative efforts that will require counties to partner with cities relating to unspent Prop 63 mental health funds, and making sure that we can prevent displacement of tenants and property owner residents. Economic development, this was key before the pandemic, but even more so now. And this priority sets to support legislation to preserve vital local funding streams and monitoring measures to provide for new tax increment financing, as well as supporting ways for local government to find new funding sources and to promote economic development for small businesses. Infrastructure is broad. It doesn't just mean the physical infrastructure, but it also means the digital infrastructure. And this includes things such as reducing vehicle congestion on our roads and accelerating the development of electronic vehicle infrastructure. But it also means, fostering broadband connectivity, especially to our vulnerable populations, as well as development of microgrids, and coordinating more with San Mateo County, the transit district, to monitor and support legislative efforts that would enhance transportation reliability and access for residents. The next priority would be public safety, and that would be to support legislation related to disaster preparedness, training, response, and our resiliency efforts, as well as monitoring and choosing where to engage as how it relates to criminal justice and police reform legislation, and supporting state funding to municipalities to establish community response programs for nonviolent emergency calls. Elections, again, this would be supporting things such as monitoring the effects of the California Voting Rights Act and district elections, and supporting legislation that lowers the voting requirements for passage of local special purpose agency funding propositions, as well as encouraging and expanding civic engagement and voter participation in all elections on the coast side. And finally, government transparency, monitoring legislation that affects the Public Records Act, Political Reform Act, Brown Act, and making sure to monitor legislation that affects special districts and joint powers authorities and those regulations. And I will turn over to Andres for specific bills.
Excellent. Thank you, Jonathan and Jessica. And good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members, city manager, and staff. Andres Ramirez with Townsend Public Affairs, here to give you all a legislative update on the status of the legislative session in Sacramento, as well as a number of bills that we have taken positions on at the direction of the legislative subcommittee and continue to track and actively engage on behalf of the city. I thought it might be helpful very briefly to give a little bit of context about the current status of the legislative session in Sacramento. So currently the legislature just returned from spring recess this week. And this week really kicked off the beginning of constant legislative committee hearings on the nearly 2,600 active bills that the legislature put forth this year. The Senate waived the 30-day rule that requires bills to sit before being amended or heard, which has allowed committees to start their work earlier. However, the Senate is also using fewer committee rooms and sanitizing their rooms before and after each hearing, which really is slowing down the overall legislative process. Additionally, any amendments submitted to Legislative Council on bills are being returned at a slower rate than they normally would in a non-COVID year. So this is all to say that the legislative process is not moving as quickly as it normally would, for better or for worse, but that's the reality that we are dealing with currently in Sacramento. And just a couple of key dates to keep in mind. April 30th is the last day for policy committees to advance any bills with the fiscal implication. May 7th is the last day for policy committees to advance bills without a fiscal implication. And May 21st is the last day for those fiscal committees to advance bills to the floor in their house of origin. And then after that, we would repeat the entire process in the second house. That's the background of what is going on in Sacramento. Now, I want to go over a couple of the bills that we've been actively working on behalf of Half Moon Bay. You should all have a list in your agenda packet, and I will go over them to be respectful of everybody's time because I know it is late. I'll just go through the ones that the legislative subcommittee has directed us to take a position on, and then I'm happy to discuss or answer any other questions on bills that you might have or wanted to bring up for further discussion. So with that, I will start with the first one that the subcommittee did take a position on, which is Assembly Bill 71, which deals with homelessness funding in the state. This bill would provide, and it's anticipated to provide in the tens to hundreds of millions of dollars for counties, continuums of care, large cities, small cities in partnership with their counties, and nonprofit organizations to address homelessness. This would be done via 2-year grant cycles through the Department of Housing and Community Development. The funding mechanism for this bill was initially an increase on corporate tax rates for those with over $5 million a year in taxable income. However, this has changed and will now be funded via changes in the ability of taxpayers to elect whether to use the Water's Edge tax filing as opposed to a worldwide combined election for filing their taxes. That currently, that's the funding mechanism that's been proposed, but nevertheless, there's still a lot of active discussions on how exactly this program would be financed and how the Department of Housing and Community Development would get that money to distribute to local agencies. But the legislative subcommittee did take a support position on this bill. The next one is Assembly Bill 118 by former Assembly Member Comlager, now Senator Comlager. And this has to do with emergency services and community response to those emergency services as opposed to law enforcement. And the bill would establish a grant program which local jurisdictions and cities would be eligible to receive a minimum award of $250,000 per year if they were accepted to be part of this pilot program to, create local response teams to respond to those community emergencies dealing with mental health, as opposed to sending out law enforcement or police officers there. I actually did have some robust discussion with the senator's office about this bill, because in analyzing it, we see that it does not give a total figure of how much would be available for various communities as a whole. And they informed me that they have put in a budget request for $30 million to fund the pilot program. So if that budget request were to go through and the legislation were to pass, there would be roughly $30 million available for this pilot program in total. As it relates to eligibility in order to get these funds, that's something that won't be fleshed out in the bill as is currently written. They would, upon passing of this bill, convene a committee of sorts comprised of legislators and consultants, which would then define the eligibility criteria for which local communities or cities could receive these grants. The next bill that we took a position on, and excuse me if I didn't mention, on the previous bill, the committee did take a support position. The next bill, which we discussed as a legislative subcommittee, is Assembly Bill 339 by Assemblymember Alex Lee. This is one of those government transparency related bills that we actually just touched upon in the overview of the legislative platform. So specifically, this bill would require local government meetings to have translation services, online call-in, internet instructions in various languages, as well as closed captioning for all public local meetings. And those languages where there would need to be translation services, closed captioning, et cetera, would have to be for if that local jurisdiction has 5% of their community that speaks a specific language. So for example, if 5% of the community are Spanish speakers, then there would need to be Spanish translation services, closed captioning, et cetera. If it were 5% that were Mandarin speakers, the same would apply there. The committee did take an oppose unless amended position. And I think in discussion with the legislative subcommittee, there were still some questions about one of the provisions in the bill having to do with translating to the 10 most commonly spoken languages in California other than English. We did gain some clarity from the author's office that would not, it's not their intention for that to apply to all local governments. What would apply to the local governments is just that 5% threshold that we previously discussed. So That is that's the impetus of that oppose unless amended position. Though it does seem like the city of Half Moon Bay has already begun, offering those translation services, as I've seen in this meeting. The next bill that the legislative subcommittee.
Can you hang on 1 second there, Andre? I think there was a clarification question from Councilmember Reddick. You're muted.
Well, actually, one of the reasons that I felt oppose unless amended is because there was no funding to make the government agencies whole. This can be a very expensive process. My state agency alone is going to have a couple $100,000 a year extra in meeting expenses for 17 meetings. Of course, we have a much bigger jurisdiction too. So, we want to support more open and inclusive meetings, but we also want to make sure that it's not an unfunded mandate. Maybe there's some money in the budget, and that it's reasonable. I suspect League of Cities is probably fighting it anyway, but anyway, cost was a big consideration.
Yes, and thank you for clarifying that, council member. And I should also say that, yes, as you mentioned, there is a lot of opposition to the bill currently, and the bill has also not been referred to any policy committees at this point, nor has it been amended past its form that it was introduced as. And just in general conversations with the author's office, stakeholders, and others, they are still receiving a lot of stakeholder input on the bill. So I would anticipate that they would need to amend it further and perhaps take into consideration funding mechanisms before this bill does continue on.
And there are several other meetings related bills about, opening up the process and making sure it's there's improved access. This was just, the more extreme group of, I think there's probably 3 or 4, potentially more.
That's correct.
Meetings bills. Yeah.
That's correct. Excellent. So I will go on to the next bill that we took a position on. That is Assembly Bill 962 by now Senator Comlager, dealing with the California Beverage Container Recycling and Litter Reduction Act. Specifically, this bill would pave the way for any returnable beverage bottle systems in California by allowing refillable bottles to flow through the state's beverage container recycling program. So rather than being crushed for recycling, this bill would allow returnable bottles to be preserved, washed, and refilled by beverage producers. And that really simultaneously would create jobs while also reducing waste. The legislative subcommittee did take a support position on this bill, and which was on consent tonight, and we have shared that with the author's office, respective committee staff, as well as our legislative delegation for Half Moon Bay and others to express that support. The next bill that the subcommittee took a position on is Assembly Bill 988 by Assembly Member Rebecca Bauer-Cahan. This is a really interesting bill that has got a lot of attention, and what it does is create a 998 crisis hotline for mental health emergencies. The question around these are always the funding mechanism. And in this bill, the funding mechanism would be a surcharge on cell bills, similar to the surcharge that we pay for the 911 line. So it would be, somewhere around less than 20 cents per billing cycle, but it would create this 988 line, which would utilize standards that the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline are governed by, and would essentially create this response team that could not only provide advice, but also deploy any local or regional crisis response team to a mental health emergency. And the subcommittee did take a support position on this bill. The next bill that the subcommittee took a position on, which was a position of support, was Assembly Bill 1276 by Assembly Member Wendy Carrillo. And this has to do with single-use food accessories for serviceware. So essentially, AB 1276 builds upon existing efforts to combat waste from any single-use items or single-use plastics. This bill would specifically prohibit any food facility, restaurant, fast food restaurant, or a third-party delivery platform. So thinking, like Postmates and Uber Eats, from providing single-use food accessories to customers unless requested by that customer or unless that's necessary to protect public health and safety or safe delivery. So again, reducing the overall use of single-use food accessories. The next bill that the subcommittee took a position on was Assembly Bill 1500. This is the climate bond bill by Assembly Member Eddie Garcia. And as I believe was mentioned earlier by the Mid-Peninsula Regional Space District earlier in the meeting today, this is a companion bill to a Senate bill, which is Senate Bill 45 by Senator Porcentino. And what this bond bill does is creates various sections of funding for climate resiliency, flood protection, biodiversity, combating sea level rise, et cetera. And a lot of great opportunities for various local agencies, state departments, nonprofits, and others to access what really is a lot of funding for a lot of important programs as it relates to climate. Again, in going through the provisions of this bond bill, there are a number of areas that I think would be of significant interest to the city of Half Moon Bay, particularly around combating sea level rise, ocean acidification, and protection of coastal communities. Specifically, there's a section in there that provides north of $900 million for various grants and programs addressing all of those respective areas. And I know there's also money in there for the development and successful implementation of microgrids, which I know Council Member Reddick has mentioned would be a priority within the city. So we've identified that and highlighted it as something that could be potentially beneficial to Half Moon Bay. Going forward, these are slated to be heard each in their respective committees in the respective houses in the coming weeks. We'll be working closely with staff in developing some position letters of support, highlighting particular aspects of these bond bills that we'd really like to see continued on, especially when it comes to a reconciliation and consolidation of these two bills into one, because that really is what they're looking at doing, is advancing them in their respective houses and eventually consolidating. So we want to make sure that there's still those opportunities that we've highlighted as important in whatever the resulting bill is. I will go on to the next bill that the subcommittee took a position on. And actually, this is a bill that we had initially as a subcommittee, or the subcommittee decided would be a watch. But as it's been further amended, I've been informed that the subcommittee would like to change it to a support position, specifically Council Member Rarbach, and it's Senate Bill 4. So what this bill would do, and this has to do with broadband infrastructure and financing for local governments. And what this bill would do is extend the California Advanced Services Fund and the collection for money for the California Advanced Services Fund to ensure that local communities, specifically cities, have the ability to apply for grants in order to finance local broadband projects and ensure that internet connectivity locally is at not just a decent or respectable speed, but actually at a high speed. And what this bill is looking at is projects that would be 100, and I'm sorry if I'm using the terminology wrong, but it's 100 Mbps in broadband. So those are what are considered high speeds, and financing for any local projects, they would want to see that sort of speed. And additionally, this bill within the California Advanced Services Fund would establish the broadband bond financing account, which is a sub-account within the overall fund, which would fund costs related to broadband bond financing and securities, specifically for local governments or nonprofit organizations. So really this bill is trying to tailor any sort of money for broadband to cities and communities throughout the state. So this is a really good opportunity and something that the city should be supporting. I will continue on to the next bill that the subcommittee took position on, which is Senate Bill 5 on affordable housing. And this is another bond bill, specifically this one being related to the development and construction of affordable housing. And it's a bill by the Pro Tem Atkins, and it would authorize the issuance of bonds for roughly $6.5 billion. And these bonds would be used to fund the development of affordable rental housing and various home ownership programs throughout the state. It's still being fleshed out how exactly it would be decided, where the money would go into which specific programs, into which state departments. Presumably a lot of programs within the Department of Housing and Community Development, who specifically deals with housing and housing production, but nonetheless, an opportunity for local jurisdictions to really ensure that there is financing for the development of housing and affordable housing throughout the state. And this is a bill that the subcommittee took a support position on. The next one related to housing that the subcommittee took a position on is Senate Bill 9. This is another bill by the Pro Tem regarding housing developments and streamlined ministerial approval. The subcommittee did take an opposed position with and any opposed letter that we would do specifically on this bill. We would encourage and we would work with staff to provide substantive comments as to why the bill might not work for the city of Half Moon Bay specifically. And the goal is really to be thoughtful and respectful, because we do understand and know that the Pro Tem and a lot of leadership within the California State Senate, as well as the Assembly, it's their goal to, pass legislation that does speed up and ensure that there's development of housing, specifically affordable housing. But we also want to ensure that this is done in a way that respects, local control and the uniqueness and diversity of various local communities, especially small communities like Half Moon Bay. Specifically in the substance of the bill, it would allow for the ministerial streamline approval and surpassing CEQA for any duplex or 2-unit housing development on any parcel throughout the state, so long as it meets certain requirements. And some of those requirements include not knocking down more than 75% of the walls of the existing structure, if there is an existing structure there. So again, this is a bill that would be providing ministerial streamlined approval of these housing developments, and the subcommittee did take an opposed position with comments. The next bill Senate Bill 10 by Senator Wiener. This is a bill that the subcommittee took in opposed position on. And this bill has to do with zoning. This is an interesting bill. Specifically, it does grant local communities and cities, specifically the city council, the ability to rezone any parcel for residential development. Initially, the bill had a cap saying that that city council could only rezone a parcel for residential development up to 10 units. However, the latest version of the bill was amended and has removed that cap of 10 units. So this bill, again, it's a bill that is focused on providing cities an opt-in option. So it tries to respect local control. But as I understand it, one of the things that perhaps gives a lot of stakeholders heartache is the fact that it also enables a city council to overturn a locally approved or voter approved ordinance against rezoning parcels for residential density. So there are some concerns about the constitutionality of that provision. And I think that is the provision that is giving a lot of local communities some heartache because essentially it's giving them the ability to overturn something that the voters have approved. So that is where a lot of the concern is. And again, currently the position of the city is a position of oppose. Next, I don't think I need to discuss this one too much. It's Senate Bill 45. As I said, this is the companion bill, the climate bond for Assembly Bill 15. The only difference is this one has a slightly lower funding amount at 5.5 billion, which is still a significant amount of money. But in running through the bill's provisions, it does have a lot of the same fiscal allocations for the programs that we've identified as being important to Half Moon Bay and something that the city could benefit from. And this is a bill that the subcommittee did take a support position on. And again, something in the coming days that we'll be working closely on developing a letter of support. The next bill is Senate Bill 67 by Senator Becker, having to do with clean energy. So essentially, this bill would just establish standards, specifically the California 24/7 Clean Energy Standard Program, which would require that 90% of retail sales annually and 75% of retail sales annually were supplied by eligible clean energy resources as defined. In all this is a bill that tries to set out standards for clean energy usage throughout the state of California. And there's moving targets. So by 2030, it's a goal and intent of this legislation for the state to be functioning with a certain amount of clean and renewable energy sources. And then 2035, it increases that standard and so on and so forth. And this is a bill that the subcommittee took a position of support on. Senate Bill 68, also by Senator Becker. This is a bill that the subcommittee took a support position on. And this would simply require the Energy Commission to develop and publish on its website a guide for electrification of buildings. And also it requires the Energy Commission to submit the legislature a report on any sort of barriers to electrifying existing buildings. So this is really a bill that wouldn't require anything of locals. It's a good faith measure that would really, I think, continue to push the state in a direction towards clean and renewable energy. The next bill that the subcommittee took a position on is Senate Bill 555 by Senator McGuire. And this one is particularly relevant to Half Moon Bay and a lot of smaller communities within the lens of COVID-19 and losing out on a lot of that, those local taxes that help fund, important local programs, thinking specifically transient occupancy tax. So this bill would establish a program through the California Department of Tax and Fee Administration, and it would be a voluntary statewide TOT collection program administered by CDTFA. And essentially, they would be the ones in charge of collecting TOT from short-term rental companies. So thinking, Airbnb, VRBO, and then reallocating that to the local communities to ensure that they are getting their fair share of TOT for the short-term rental third-party internet companies. And I understand, there are a number of communities out there currently, and I believe Half Moon Bay is one of them, that does have some sort of relationship with those companies. But again, this is an opt-in program and something that potentially the city could benefit from as we see it continuing to advance throughout the legislative session. And as such, the legislative subcommittee took a support position on it, and we did write that letter of support to Senator McGuire and relevant committees in which the bill will be heard. And the next bill, and I think this may be the last bill that we took a position on from the legislative subcommittee meeting, excuse me, actually there's two more, but the next one is Senate Bill 591 by Senator Becker, and this has to do with intergenerational housing developments. This is a really interesting bill, something that's sort of new and unique to the state, and the focus is on providing affordable housing developers an opportunity to construct more affordable units throughout the state for seniors and transitioned aged youth. So under current law, they are not allowed to develop any housing developments that are for both seniors and young people, specifically transitioned aged youth. So this is essentially just allowing those developments, and if affordable housing developers decide they would like to develop that sort of property, then they would have the ability to do so. This is sort of one of those feel-good bills that's a relatively easy one to support, and that a lot of jurisdictions have been getting behind, with the end goal of just providing more affordable housing units throughout the state of California, but done in a unique and new sort of way. And the last bill we have that there was a position taken on is Senate Bill 612 by Senator Porcentino. And essentially, this bill would authorize any load-serving entity, electrical load-serving entity within service territory of an electrical corporation, specifically like an IOU, investor-owned utilities, to elect to receive all or a portion of any sort of vintage share of products. And by that, I think, and I'm quite honestly, I apologize. I am still trying to get a grasp on specifically what the bill does. But from my read, it would allow these, community choice aggregators or local utilities, so community-owned utilities, to inherit their fair share of, infrastructure that the investor-owned utilities currently own, because they have been paying into that infrastructure. And if those investor-owned utilities are no longer using it, then these community choice aggregators would be able to inherit them and add it to their, respective electrical pathways and their own microgrids. So that is a little bit wonky. That was not the best explanation of the bill, but this is a bill that I believe the legislative subcommittee has voiced a position of support on. So with that, I think, actually, I'm sorry again, one more bill that has a position of opposition. Senate Bill 627 by Senator Bates on coastal erosion and installation of shoreline protective devices in the specific application project process. So this bill would require the Coastal Commission or a local government with an approved local coastal program to approve the repair, the maintenance, or the construction of any sort of retaining walls, return walls, or seawalls, or any sort of similar shoreline protective devices for beaches or adjacent existing residential properties in the coastal zone that are designed to protect against coastal erosion. And if that local government denies the application of a shoreline protective device, this bill would actually require the local government to inform the Coastal Commission in writing of its decision with supporting evidence. So I believe, the impetus of this opposition position by the legislative subcommittee was that it really would create an additional burden on the local governments and on staff if they do have, opposition to any sort of repair wall or seawall. So it does just, create a massive administrative burden amongst a time when, a lot of local governments are already, swallowed up with 1,000,001 other things to do amid the COVID pandemic and additional duties. So with that, that concludes all of the positions that the legislative subcommittee has taken. And, I apologize for the lengthiness, but I am happy to answer any questions that the council may have on these bills or any other bills of concern. So with that, I will turn it over to you all.
Okay, any questions before I open it up to public hearing? Okay, we'll quickly open it up for any comments from the public before we have our own conversation.
I don't have any hands raised. Oops, I do. Hold on one sec. Karina Leibowitz, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Hi. Thank you very much. So I have a general comment just around the setting of the priorities for legislative support. And I might have missed it when it was done, but it seems to me that there are some things sort of notably missing that I think are of importance to the community. So one topic that I think is pretty important for a lot of the members of the community is education. And I know that there's a lot that comes through at the state level that impacts heavily sort of the education that our children receive and the availability and access to education. So I was curious about why we don't have sort of a city position on responding to education legislative initiatives. And then in the public safety piece, I understand that we want to respond on a case-by-case basis to legislation relating to sort of law enforcement reform. Fair enough, but I would think that you might want still to have some sort of directive, overarching statement around what we're going for, right? Like, with always an eye towards equity, transparency, community engagement with law enforcement in an open and responsive way, things of that nature. So I was kind of curious about that. And then I guess a last thing, which I hadn't sort of planned to comment on, but as I was listening to the actual support bills, it struck me that the affordable housing seems to be getting a bit of a short shrift with us in our support. It's hard, I know we have competing priorities there in some respect in Half Moon Bay between the maintenance of our feeling on the coast side. We want to maintain open space. We want to preserve the feeling of our existing community, and yet we also want affordable housing. It strikes me that if we don't want to build an open space and we don't want to build in existing communities, really what is left for affordable housing. And I think we've had a couple of legislative responses that were outlined tonight that probably highlighted this really well. All right, that was it. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Any other public
I don't have any
comments?
other public speakers now.
Okay, so we'll close public forum. And with council now, let's have our own discussion. Any additions or changes or comments? Councilmember Roback.
Thank you, Andres. I really appreciate that. Are we going to get letters of support out for the bills that we are supporting, in particular SB 612? That's really important for our local community choice aggregator, namely Peninsula Clean Energy. And just to be really wonky, it has a lot to do with this PCIA, which is this unfair charge that the PUC is imposing on Peninsula Clean Energy. So it's really important that 612 gets support as soon as possible.
Councilmember Rohrback, that letter was signed by Mayor
Yep.
Brown today.
Yep.
Oh, great.
So we'll be sending that tomorrow to the legislators.
Great, thank you. That's
Yep.
really
Yeah, we will ensure that that's delivered as soon as we receive it, not only to the author, but to our legislative delegation and committee staff. And as it relates to all of the other pieces of legislation that we have taken a position on, on our end, we're continuing to track them closely and see as they do get referred to policy committees, we find, that as it draws closer, we'll find the appropriate times to actually write those letters, those position letters, so that we can ensure that they have the most impact when we submit them, as opposed to just submitting a blanket position letter early on in the process before there's been much consideration to the bill. So we really time it specifically to ensure that these positions coming from Half Moon Bay have as much impact as possible. But again, that's things that I'm working closely with Jessica and staff on to ensure that those are delivered in a timely manner.
great. I really appreciate that. Thanks.
Absolutely.
Anyone else? Councilmember Ruddock. And you have to unmute, Councilmember.
I'd like to recommend a few things. Thank you, Andres, for a very thorough and detailed job. It's a really busy session, and we've actually loaded you up. I just want to mention to folks that this has been kind of a work in progress. When we first had our meeting, we didn't know much about every bill, and so we took a watch position on a lot of things just because we hadn't had a chance to dig in yet. Also, this list of bills has grown after our meeting, as spot bills, which are just placeholders, become real bills. And because, there's 2,600 bills and you sometimes don't see them right away. So we've been building the list kind of as we go. So that's why, we welcome, council members recommending positions or changing positions or any of that stuff. But one bill I think we missed, and I wanted to check in with Andres in the council, is SB 649. It's like on the second last page. It's a Cortese bill. Cortese is a South SF Bay legislator. It's local government's affordable housing, local tenant preference. I just know that, we've been trying to build local tenant preference in various projects that have been proposed, because we want to serve folks who are living here, first. So I wanted to check in with folks whether you thought we might take a support position instead of watch on this bill. And maybe I'm not understanding it correctly, but it basically allows for the local preference. So I'd be interested in knowing what people think about that. So that's one. Also, we're watching the AB 14, that's the Communications Broadband Services California Advanced Services Fund. That's on the first page. Whether we want to take a support position on that, it would authorize the local educational agencies to report about students' needs, in regarding, at home and digital learning. Seems like being supportive there might be good.
And council member, just to chime in very briefly, Assembly Bill 14 is actually the companion bill version of Senate Bill 4, having to do with the extension of the California Advanced Services Fund and also the creation of a new account. So there's multiple components to it, including, like you said, reporting from local educational agencies on need with regards to internet connection. But it is the same as Senate Bill 4, and they'll likely be consolidated. And we do have that position of support on Senate Bill 4. But we can certainly do letters on both if the council wishes.
Yeah. I'm guessing that, by mid-May, we ought to know like what's going to consolidate, like in terms of the bonds and different things. Maybe not that early, but so the next one, I wanted to talk about AB 125 by Assemblymember Rivas, who is Monterey County and San Benito counties. It basically is a food security bond act that would be on the November 2022 ballot. And there's lots of great things in there for our local farmers and ranchers and farm workers. And it's about food supply. It has money for community gardens. It has money for senior food programs, commercial fishing infrastructure, but it's all based around, making food systems more climate resilient, but actually more secure and more robust on a local and regional level. So it's getting at the supply chain issues that we've experienced with COVID, where, we have a lot of big farmers and ag food conglomerates controlling the supply chain from many miles away. So this tries to get at that by investing in a local agricultural infrastructure. So I'd like to recommend the support. I actually think that some of this will actually get folded into the climate resilience bonds, but I think it's a great idea. There's lots of good stuff in there, and I would say change the position from wash to support on AB 125. Let's see. Oh, and AB 620 Mullen, that's on page 3 of 14 of the separate matrix document he sent out. AB 620. So that's a unified online environmental permit application. And this bill is part of an initiative called Cutting Green Tape. So making it easier to do, environmental restoration conservation projects. A lot of things like you do in the Bay, you have 10 different permits you got to get. And projects can take 20 years. So the whole goal of it is to start streamlining that with, single online environmental permit applications. One permit, for one, application for water board permits, Department of Fish and Wildlife, etc. So that's our local guy, Kevin Mullen, and I would change that position to support AB 620. And there's a bill, AB 721 Bloom, Covenants and Restrictions, Affordable Housing. I'm going to recommend we leave that position as watch because there's a lot of churning going on around this bill. But the problem it has is it would make various deed restrictions like conservation easements and stuff like that unenforceable if somebody wants to build an affordable housing project there. So even if there's a conservation easement over a parcel the city owns or owns part of, and Coastside Land Trust has a conservation easement over it, if somebody came along and said, we want to build an affordable housing project out here, the easement would be unenforceable. So there's a lot of problems there. So, but they're they're being worked on. So I'm going to just bring our attention to that bill, but leave it as watch. Well, there's a new bill we ought to probably add called AB 500, which has been gutted and amended to deal with ADUs. And it seems a little bit extreme, but I'm not recommending anything other than that we add that to our traffic list. And, you know, I agree that we should oppose SB 11, the Wiener housing bill.
10.
I'm sorry, SB 10. You know, I might be totally supportive of something that's way less than 10, you know, allowing for some local control in which zoning districts we could do that or whatever. But the way it's written right now, it's excessive, I think. So I would, well, you mentioned oppose when you were talking about it, but the matrix says watch. So I think that should be opposed.
Vice Chair Reddick, we got direction from Councilmember Rohraback to take an opposed position. So we changed it for the presentation tonight.
Right. And I think that's it. There's a lot going on. Of course, after things go into the void of the suspense file in the Appropriations Committee, probably Andres' work is going to lighten up a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. I think you know, it's well understood that the Appropriations Committee and for all bills have a fiscal implication, and specifically when they go on suspense is kind of, you know, where bills might see their final resting place. So definitely, you know, load will lighten up and it'll be easier to explain to all of you, you know, the ongoing revisions and amendments on these bills, because there will certainly be far less of them. But in the interim, you know, as the council member said, there is a lot going on, a lot of moving parts, a lot of moving targets. And council member, I've noted your recommended positions on the other bills that you listed that were previously watched. So I will make sure to change our legislative matrix to reflect those positions.
And so Andres, I think you've done a really fine job. In response to Corinne's question, why aren't we tracking education bills? Well, you know, it's just not core mission for us, right? The school district, that's really their mission. And if there are bills that are more our core mission that have education components, you know, we can certainly take a look at those. But there's only so much time, and there's so many bills. And then, you know, relating to how we frame our support, you know, she mentioned, you know, rather than just saying we're opposed or we support, you know, to put some of our, you know, our goals for, you know, reasons why we're supporting or opposing. You know, I think raising the equity issue, equity is certainly very important to our community. So when we oppose these bills, or if we're asking for amendments, we want to talk about those things that are important to our community. So I agree with that. So I hope I, you know, touched on that. Anyway, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Ruddick. I especially appreciate you catching that preference piece for co-siders in terms of funding resources for low-income housing. That's always been an issue out here. And certainly the food supplementation, $3 billion food supplementation bill is great. I just want to make sure, did we miss, was there something on SB 10? I ask Councilmember Ruddick. That one is.
Opposed.
You are opposed on that. Good. Okay. I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss that. Great. Earlier. Great. Okay. No,
I just want to mention that, you know, I monitor legislation in my day job. And the thing about so many of the housing bills is they seem sort of detached from the reality on the ground in communities about where, you know, housing might go. they sort of ignore the fact that, maybe things are different in the coastal zone or maybe in rural areas with farming, building housing in certain places might drive up the cost of agricultural land. There's really no context considered with these. And I know they're desperate for numbers. But the other thing is there's little, actually, motivation on the affordable housing piece. It's mostly just about, any housing. And the way a lot of these bills are written, I just worry that the end result, it might be more housing, but what it's going to be is a lot of land speculation and a lot of land bought up by private equity. It's already happening all over this country, and absentee landlords. It's I don't think they're thinking correctly about local control and where housing go and all that and how it's done. I worry that it's only going to foster speculation, further drive up prices, and despoil our environment. So they're not really looking out for people who need affordable housing. And if they really were, I'm editorializing now, we would not focus so much on trying to jam cities and counties. We'd be calling developers and property owners to come clean and actually build this stuff. Because a lot of people just take their money at the entitlement process and they got a map they can sell or let go for 10 years and nothing gets built. We're experiencing right here in Half Moon Bay. If you want housing built, you have to bond people at the time that you entitle them. None of these bills deal with the builder and developer and property owner side at all. It's not going to happen just with regulation. I mean, we've been inviting it in. It's not happening. They're not doing it because they don't make their money there. So I think the legislature is veered off course. So I think we need to be very careful about the housing bills that we support. And there's probably a lot we ought to just oppose, just by virtue of the fact that they could be harmful to our community, really. So that's where I'm coming from. Thanks for listening.
Excellent. Okay. Well, thank you, Andres. It's late. Appreciate it.
My
Hanging
pleasure.
in there.
Thank you all for letting me present.
All right.
Mayor Brownstone, before we
Yes.
move on, we do need a motion to adopt.
Yes. Oh, I didn't forget. I
Okay.
actually didn't forget. I was going to ask for a motion, but thank you. Can we get a motion to adopt a resolution establishing the legislative platform for 2021 and receive an update on the 2021 legislative session?
So moved.
Second, anybody?
Second.
Roll call.
Councilmember Rohrbach,
Yes.
Councilmember Penrose,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Reddick,
Yes.
Mayor Brownstone.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Great.
I need a few minutes. I need a few minutes.
Okay. I'm sorry. Are you asking for a break?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. But you might want to discuss something. All right. Let's take a.
If we have a break, how late are we going to be going?
Well, we have 2 items left.
I don't see us getting through them in 15 minutes or 11 minutes.
I would say about a half hour for those 2 items, max.
I'm just asking for 5 minutes.
Okay.
Or if you want, you guys can keep going and I'll be back.
Yeah, I think you're familiar with this next one coming up, especially. So, yeah, I think we'll be okay if you want to. If you want to take, and we'll keep going. If that's all right.
I'll be right back.
Okay, great. So, our next item is Community Services Financial Assistance Program. We're going to have a very brief staff report.
And Mr. Mayor, if I may interrupt
Yes.
for the staff report, I wanted to flag one item. I promised Councilmember Jimenez I would remember to bring this up before the start of the item. I have recommended recusal for him on this item due to his employment at
Yes.
ALAS, which is one of the recommended recipients of a grant per the staff recommendation.
Right.
So the procedure is that Councilor Jimenez would turn off his video. He can also take a break, and the city manager will be sure to text him so when this item is over.
Or you could listen attentively with your sound and visual off. Just saying. Okay, great.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, let's have a staff report.
Good evening, Mayor Brownstone, members of the council. Happy to be here with you tonight. Victor Aitan, Community Services Analyst at the City Manager's Office. And I'll provide you I'll keep it brief update on the Community Services Financial Assistance Grants Program, or as I'll be referring to it throughout the presentation, CSFA.
Thanks, Victor.
That's much shorter. Let me share my screen, share the presentation. Okay. You all see that?
Great. Perfect. Yep.
Perfect. Sorry, 1 second. I'm having some issues with the screen sharing.
We lost it. We had it.
Yeah. Sorry, my Adobe is messing up with my staff report, and I can't see it anymore. It's distorted. Sorry,
Victor, I'm gonna share from mine. If you want to just get rolling, I'll get mine up.
Sure. I can see the presentation. I just can't see the staff report. I can roll with the presentation.
Okay. Yeah, that'll be fine.
Okay. There. Let's share screen. All right. Can everyone see that?
Yep.
Okay. So starting with a bit of background, the CSPA program was created to support local nonprofit organizations serving Half Moon Bay. It's been going for several years, and last year, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, grants were specifically allocated to organizations providing COVID-19 relief services. In that fiscal year, which is fiscal year 2020-2021, $200,000 were allocated to 7 nonprofits for 8 total grants because one of them received 2 grants. Now for this upcoming fiscal year, staff provided an update to the City Council on February 16th. And at that meeting, the City Council recommended that staff meet with the CSPA subcommittee. Sorry, screen's freaking out. And so city staff met with the CSPA subcommittee on March 18th. Where a couple of recommendations were developed. The first recommendation from the subcommittee was to renew funding for the 7 organizations that received funding last year in fiscal year 2020-21. And that recommendation is based in part because of the continued nature of the pandemic. A lot of these organizations are still providing these essential services. And so the subcommittee determined that these 7 organizations merited renewed funding due to the proven records of providing essential services to the most needy in the community, and especially because of their services related to food insecurity, housing insecurity, mental health treatment services, especially related to the impacts of COVID-19, and youth and senior services. And these funds would be provided at the same exact level as they were provided last year. And I'll show you on this next slide. So these are the 7 organizations. As you can see, ALAS received 2 different grants, one specifically for general COVID-19 relief services, and a slightly smaller grant for mental health services related to COVID-19. And then Co-Site Hope received $30,000, Abundant Grace received $30,000, Senior Co-Setters $30,000, Boys and Girls Club $25,000, San Francisco's Dental Health $20,000, and Costa del State Health Center $15,000 for a total of $200,000. So the recommendation is to keep this same exact model for these 7 organizations at $200,000. And even though these organizations are being recommended for renewed funding, they would still have to reapply and specify exactly how funds would be spent for this upcoming year. And the second recommendation for the subcommittee was to provide additional funding on top of the $200,000, an additional $50,000 for fiscal year 2021-22. These grants would range from $5,000 to $10,000 approximately. And that would bring the total funding for fiscal year 2021-22 to $250,000. For these grants, the subcommittee recommends accepting grant applications for services that are not necessarily related to COVID-19, although priority would be given to applicants who align with City Council priorities and strategic elements for fiscal year 2021-22. Who provide COVID-19 relief and support services, so that would still be a priority consideration, who actively work to expand diversity, inclusion, and provide community outreach, and who would utilize the city's investments to leverage other grants or funding sources or to increase or expand existing services. So that's not the only criteria, but those are priority criteria that would be considered. So this portion of the program for this year more closely mirrors what the program looked like in prior years, where it opens up to a greater number of organizations who provide varying services. But these are just the main priority criteria that the subcommittee focused on. And then for the next recommendation, I will turn it over to Matthew.
Thanks, Victor. We just wanted to point out, as you know, the city is expecting to receive stimulus funding to the tune of probably $2.4 million over the next 2 years, including $1.2 million likely before the end of this fiscal year. We're still researching how much we expect for sure can get, how we'll obtain it, what we're allowed to use it for, but we're pretty sure at this point that helping to fund local nonprofits providing relief is well within the criteria. And so we expect that not only can the full $250,000 that's being recommended here be funded from the stimulus as opposed to from our general fund, there's a likelihood that your council could consider additional grants using additional funds from the stimulus funds. Our recommendation is to move forward with the recommendations today, and then when we have more clarity at the time of the budget hearings in May and June, we'll bring that back for consideration and further discussion.
Thank you, Matthew. Councilmember Reddick.
And this is just to close out. This is our continued proposed timeline. So based on recommendations from council tonight, grant applications would most likely open in mid-April, close in mid-May, late May. Applications will be reviewed by the CSFA subcommittee. Year-end reports for this last fiscal year are due on June 11th, and then final determinations would be made on June 15th with negotiation for funding agreements made between June and August. That's a recommendation. So sorry about that, Mayor.
No, that's fine. Thank you for that presentation, Victor. Great presentation on where we were, where we are, and where we're going. So really appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, Councilmember Reddick.
So this smaller grant program of the $5,000 to $10,000 grants, one of the things I'm asking staff to capture from our conversation is, because of COVID and because people are experiencing new circumstances, And existing organizations, may have done new things to address these, new unanticipated, crises. We wanted to get at the idea of supporting, innovate projects with innovative thinking or innovative projects, an opportunity to see, are there people or groups out there doing some, interesting and different things, addressing our, new circumstances. So we wanted to highlight, innovation. So that's got to be added there along with those 4 criteria. He's getting at it. We included diversity in this bigger conversation, but I think we want to actually call it out. We're interested in prioritizing innovative service delivery or, projects. So taking advantage of our circumstances to see if there are new dynamic things going on in Half Moon Bay that we want to fund and help make happen.
Great. If there's no more are there any more questions on this? I was going to do public forum. Okay, let me open up the public forum. If we have any comments from the public.
I don't show any raised hands, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. We'll now close the public forum. Any other discussion on this before we ask for a motion? Councilmember Rohraback, did you have a comment?
No, I just unmuted it.
Oh, okay. Thought you had a comment. All right, no more discussion. I think we're all agreed. Would anyone like to make a motion, including the addition of the prioritizing innovation? Okay, I will make the motion. I would like to move that we receive the subcommittee recommendations for the FY 2021 cycle for the Community Service Financial Assistance Grant Program. And we provided direction on the funding levels and to provide direction on the funding levels and selection process. And we would like to amend those 4 criteria to add 1 more criteria, which is to prioritize innovative solutions on providing services. Did I capture that correctly, Councilmember Ruddick? Okay, can I get a second?
Second.
Can we have a roll call?
Councilmember Rohraback,
Yes.
Councilmember Penrose,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez.
He's not.
Oh, that's right. Sorry. Vice Mayor Ruddick.
That was a yes. She was muted. Yes.
Mayor Brownstone.
Yes. Councilmember Ruddick again. Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Motion carries.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Last item on our agenda is the 5-year capital improvement program workshop. I assume there's a relatively quick staff report on this, or?
I promise you less than an hour. Just kidding.
You guys hang in there? All right.
Is Councilmember Joaquin Jimenez been added back in?
I sent him a text. There
All
he
right.
is.
Back. He's back.
I will proceed forward. Sorry, I didn't see him on my on my view.
It's all right.
We will
it's all right, John.
This of the hour, we will try to compress this as much as possible, and but still need to convey, I think, some of this information and get some directions. So you know who I am, and Moz will be presenting after me. And with that, I just want to do a quick intro, and then I'll turn it over to Moz for most of the work. This is follow on to, and as promised from the priority setting workshop 2 weeks ago, in which we had a kickoff of this conversation, and we indicated that we would be back to talk about these projects in more detail. Tonight, we are going to really emphasize and focus on the year one projects, or what would be the capital projects for fiscal year 21-22, and included potentially into the capital budget. We will also be preparing and working on and attached to your package tonight were the years 2 through 5 lists. But as always, those are a bit less refined and defined than the year one projects. As you certainly are aware, the COVID-19 pandemic has wreaked crazy and difficult times for all of us and our local industries and everything. And you, as the council, made major shifts and changes to accommodate anticipated reductions in revenues last year. You did increase the capital improvement program as a result of improved conditions at your mid-year budget for fiscal year 2021. And tonight we're going to present what looks like a much improved capital improvement program, particularly capital budget for this fiscal year. Although we continue to have to look at, monitor, and be aware that we aren't sure exactly how our economy and how revenues will come in the post, or at least transitional COVID time. Certainly the proposed fiscal year 21-22 remains extremely robust if it's approved anywhere near its current recommended levels. And as I say every year, that robustness will be challenging for us to deliver down the road. One thing I do want to say is that one of the things that we've been looking at, which is a little different perhaps, but it's really consistent with what we've always done, is that we will look at projects starting and moving forward and during various quarters of the year. And what we certainly are anticipating is looking at coming forward at mid-year with some of the projects that we have not yet started or are in a very early stages. And again, looking at and assessing whether our current finances at that time will be sufficient to allow those projects to move forward, and will allow the council to have some obviously say in what we do and how we adjust those things. And hopefully that won't be an issue, but that's something that we are looking at. And I guess it's similar to what we do every year, but this one probably in more is that the case, because we just don't know where the revenues exactly are going to land with that. With that note, I will turn it over to Moz for his part of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Thanks for the introduction. Hi, everyone. Moz here. I'm happy to be here tonight presenting our draft capital improvement program. Everybody can see the screen, I'm assuming. So here's our recommendation. I'm going to go through our presentation pretty quickly. I'm going to touch on a couple of our projects, and I'm not going to go over every bit of info on each slide. So I think if anybody has any questions, just stop me. I'm happy to stop and provide more details. So here's the recommendation we have for tonight, just really quickly: approving the year one list, and the Planning Commission finding is kind of going to be our next step in this process. So here's our overview for tonight. I'm going to look through our CIP status update and then talk about year one in a little bit more details. But I'll go through a couple of our pictures briefly of some of our current projects. So as far as our background, obviously it's been an interesting year. Through the public health challenges, council approved a smaller list of projects, and your staff's been working on them. There are too many folks to name individually here. It pretty much touches every department and every division. But we do have some light at the end of the tunnel. And last month, with the mid-year update, we got a little more funding and a few more projects added to our list. So there's the overall totals, and there's breakdowns in the staff report if anybody wants to look at the specific projects. Some of the projects that we completed over the last year, this one was an interesting one with the Poplar Beach. We were actually able to do a ribbon cutting, so that was exciting and unique in its own case for this year. Here's a couple of pictures from our completed 10 ad hoc kitchen remodel. Our Public Works Division staff did an amazing job. I believe we're just waiting on one last final inspection from County Health, but we should be up and operational any day now. Ocean Colony Pump Station was a big project, $2 million project. It's been under construction over the last year. You can see where a lot of work as far as force main has been done to date. We are going to be getting the rest of our equipment for the pump station, which is the next phase and the final phase of the project shortly. And we're hoping to wrap this project up by the end of this fiscal year. So the plan is to have this as completed by July. Our manhole rehab program is another project that we completed or will be complete in the coming months. We did a lot of lining of our manholes to take care of defects and damages over just wear and tear. We also did some raising in sensitive habitat area with some of the standard markings so that our inspectors and SAM crews can find it at a moment's notice. And we're actually looking at our scope for this coming year. So that's currently what we're working on there. The Highway 1 South project, of course, is another big one. This project, it's $3.5 million, mostly through grant funds, although for our cash flow balances, it does require a lot of sum as the grants are reimbursable. So the monument gateway entry walls have recently been put into place, and so these are some of the pictures. And I don't know if safety protocols would allow it, but I'm happy to do a site tour, maybe in smaller groups, if anybody's interested in doing something like that coming up. Highway 1 North project, we've been working on. We've been working on this one as well. For the most part, it'll likely remain in this stage for another year as we're working through some utility conflicts. We have a budget shortfall as well due to the updated construction estimates. So this is one of the projects. This, as well as the shortfall, as well as the phase 2 of this project, is one example of a project that we're going to be including in Jackie Spears' list, as Bob mentioned earlier in this meeting. Main Street Bridge. This was another very high-profile project in its, especially a few years back. It has more recently become a little bit slower in that as far as the public eye. But there's been a lot of conversations on the environmental and design. There's some work on the design. So currently we are looking at doing some different alternatives as far as how to deal with it. We've been busy at work with the design and environmental process through Caltrans, a number of historical architectural reports as well as habitat reports have been drafted, submitted, reviewed, updated, resubmitted, and continuously getting tweaked as we work through the process with Caltrans and our and the federal agencies that oversee some of this, how some of this work as well. So for folks that aren't aware, this project is to rehabilitate the bridge. It is listed as a historical structure, and so it basically requires it to have additional review and oversight by Caltrans as well as other state agencies. As far as next steps on this one, we will be looking at reconvening with the Main Street Bridge Advisory Committee in the next couple of months. I believe we had some administrative work to reaffirm that committee. And so in the next couple of months, we'll be doing that. And the project will get a much larger update as far as scope and what's happened since the last meeting. As far as our timeline, we're looking at construction to start sometime in the year 22-23. So we're still a couple of years out potentially, but we're still on track for that timeline. Another high-profile project in my mind is the Poplar Complete Street project. For me, it's specifically, and I think for a lot of our folks, we do have a grant for this project as well, with some time constraints. And so this was one of the ones that ended up needing to ended up on the cutting room floor, if you will, at the onslaught of the pandemic. And in the mid-year, it was up. It was included back into the budget, and so we're working on this one again. And our Poplar Complete Streets project, it's an important one. It increases the safety and connectivity between downtown and Poplar Beach. The senior center also situates at the eastern terminus of the project. Again, this project has $1 million of grant funding that's tied to it that we have through the One Bay Area Grant 2 program, OBAG 2 program, which is a air quality and congestion management relief fund. The next project highlight I wanted to give is the Poplar pedestrian pathway. So we're working on a design to rehabilitate this, widen it slightly. This is the section of the Poplar pedestrian trail from Railroad to the Coastal Trail. We're looking at slightly widening it, rehab, and then adding speed tables and traffic calming devices on Poplar to deal with the ongoing speeding issues that have been communicated with the city. Last project highlight is the East Side Parallel Trail extension. This is the stage 4, the phase 4 that we're calling it. This is the last segment from close to Rocket Farms, and it takes us up to the northern city limit. There's a county project with some grant funding tied to it to extend that trail then beyond this to El Granada Elementary School, which would be an amazing feat in itself. And so we're getting close to closing up some of the gaps that we have on the north side of the East Side Parallel Trail. So here's our proposed 21-22 list, and I'll be brief. I won't go. I can, as far as the tiering, really quickly. The tier 1 are basically grant-funded projects. I just want to note that there's one change from what's in the staff report is the inclusion of the Corporation Yard improvements in tier 1. And the reason for that is we do have a commitment to finishing those improvements in the year 2022 due to the loan proceeds and the language around that. Tier 2 are programs, and these are more consistent, generally made up of smaller projects and a lot of smaller efforts that are that are easier to group as far as costing goes, such as equipment, playground equipment replacement, and so on in the Parks Master Plan implementation. Tier 3 are other important and necessary projects, mostly funded by general funds at its current phase. Some of them are good candidates for grant funding, and some of them are just extremely necessary, like the Sheriff Substation renovation project, which is to level the temporary facility and do some general site maintenance that is sorely missing. And then last but not least is tier 4, which is sewer. The reason why we're showing this is that it's actually a separate funding source, so this wouldn't require any general funding sources, but it does carry a workload and staff timing load because these projects would be implemented by the same folks that would be doing the other tier projects. Our overall 5-year program is a 59 projects, 15 programs, 44 projects. That's our estimated budget. A lot of that is unfunded, and we will, as we go through, we fund the next current fiscal year. And so as we go through this 5-year is good for estimating our overall financing and budget plan, but it's not something that is necessarily needs to be adopted. So with that, I just wanted to reiterate that again for tonight, we're only highlighting our project status and our proposed project list. for our necessary next steps, which would be to obtain the general plan consistency finding by the Planning Commission. For timing purposes, we would like to do that. We're not looking at allocating the funds, and those would be discussed at future budget meetings in the same method that John mentioned earlier at the beginning of the presentation. That's it for us. If you have any questions.
Moz, can you back up to the table to basically the end of tier 4 there? I just wanted to just clarify and highlight for the council what this list represents. If you go to the far right there and bottom, is about a $2.5 million commitment of general funds to the capital improvement program. And that's why the recommendation is up to $2.5 million. Obviously, we will look and again, look at cash flow issues and work from that point. I will tell you that there is, in theory, a tier 5 list of great projects that we could certainly show you at any given time. Unfortunately, that list, would put us again exceeding roughly that 2.5 million and also increase the number of projects that we just could not feel like we could handle and everything with that. So this is our best answer to what we see in your priorities, what we see in terms of balancing safety needs and issues and maintaining the robustness of our programs and projects out there.
That was great. I thank you both, John and Moz. And in terms of that tier 5, looking forward to seeing that, and hopefully we'll get some more money in where we can pursue some more of that CIP in the next fiscal half. Any clarification questions before I open public forum? Okay, let's open public forum if there's any comments. No raised hands that I see. Okay, we're going to close the public forum. Any further discussion from council before get a motion? Can I have a motion? Great, I'll make the motion. I move that we approve the fiscal year 2021 through 2022 capital project list and authorize staff to present the capital improvement program fiscal year 2021 through 2022 projects to the Planning Commission for finding of general plan consistency determination. Can I get us any seconds?
Second.
Thank you so much. Can we get a roll call?
Councilmember Rohrbach,
Yes.
Councilmember Penrose,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Reddick,
Yes.
Mayor Brownstone.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Great. Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on, any commission committee updates?
No.
Not tonight, Mayor.
Okay. Future discussion, possible agenda items. Yeah, actually I have two. One is I'd like to, for future agenda items, is to discuss the surplusing of 555 Kelly, property owned by the city of Half Moon Bay. That's the first item. Second, I'd like to put on the agenda, since it's been a while and there's quite a lot of community interest, to adopt elements of the Inera Serrano Presente program to help us move forward on improving our community police initiatives, and to incorporate that into the upcoming white paper that will be finalized in May, June. So I would like to agendize that. Yes, Councilmember Jimenez.
Yes, I would like to also put in the future agenda to bring in a specialist to speak about the opioid epidemic in our community. It's going to be close to a year since the first young man passed overdose in our community. So I think it is time. We have been meeting. There's a committee that we met about 3 times already to address this issue in our community of the use of opioids. So I would like to bring in a specialist to speak to our community about, the opioid addiction and epidemic.
Someone to do a presentation, right?
Yes.
Great. Any other future agenda items?
Mr. Mayor, if I
Yes.
could get clarification on your second
Yeah.
request. So under CM update this evening, Matthew shared a timeline
Yes.
of the work that we're doing. And on that timeline, there's a mental health focus group coming up on April 23rd, a community meeting in May. We will go back to the public safety subcommittee, probably May or June. And then a report would be presented to the council with recommendations. I think he showed June, July. Are you requesting us to come to the council be different from that schedule?
Do you mean in terms of the Llanera Serrano Presente project?
Yes, that's what I'm
Yeah.
asking.
Yeah. Well, I want to make sure that those recommendations are looked at and incorporating the elements that make sense, some which are mental health.
They are being incorporated into the work plan as
Okay.
I just laid it out.
So if that is specifically, right, so as long as, that's specifically, indicated in the work plan, calling attention to those ideas.
Okay. Thank you. That helps. Thank you.
Because it's kept coming up, a few times in some of our meetings with the community. And so I'd like to make sure that we've gotten that highlighted and done. Great. Any city council reports that we need to, Councilmember Reddick?
Yes. So I attended a group that's and also City Council Member Joaquin Jimenez participated in a meeting yesterday relating to the potential expansion of the San Mateo County Resource Conservation District. LAFCO approved an increase in their sphere of influence, and now there's a community group spearheading a discussion about whether or not to actually expand the boundaries of the district to include all of its sphere of influence, including areas in the Mid-Coast and in the city of Half Moon Bay. So it was just a preliminary discussion, but I think their core group will probably be doing some outreach to the city and in the county about moving forward on that. So there'll be more information in the future. Just wanted you to know that I attended that meeting. And it's very quiet on the sea level rise, the flooding and sea level rise resiliency district that I'm on. They're working on a very, very large project in Atherton and Belmont and Redwood City dealing with stormwater and things. It's been soaking up a lot of staff time. So I don't have much to report yet about what's going to be happening on the coast with that district. So, and that's all I have to report.
Thank you. And thank you both to Council Members Reddick and Jimenez for attending that meeting. Appreciate that. Any other City Council reports? Okay, great. I think we got a little used to getting some early meetings the last few times. And so I really appreciate everybody hanging in and getting through this entire agenda tonight so we didn't have to push any of these items forward. And thank you, staff, for hanging in there all these hours. Thank you for members of the public for staying with us, those who stayed on, and for your contributions tonight. And I will hereby adjourn this meeting. Thank you all.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, everybody.